What's up, FCP fam? You know, me and Peter in the house. I was
I was playing Jeff some 70s Ethiopian funk I downloaded last night.
Yeah,
he was telling me about his adventures yesterday.
Yeah, this absolutely slaps, by the way. I'm super into this.
Can you hear it at all right now?
Yeah, I can pick it up in the back, yeah.
Here, while you talk, I'll put my...
Yeah, okay, so I was telling Peter last night, I don't know, yesterday was kind of a crazy day, so I woke up like 5:30 in the morning. You know, I was like, okay, I gotta get the lawn mowed and the plants watered and all that shit before my day starts. So I got all that done, but naturally I smoked a big fat joint first. It was like 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. Got the lawn mowed, got my plants watered, did all that. Took a shower, smoked a little bit more herb, and then one of the judges, he has his own podcast called The Green Corner. And so he wanted me to go over there and kind of, you know, special guest and look at his plants and talk to some of his viewers, which was cool. I felt a little bit like a celebrity. I got to talk a little bit just about like my kind of history and knowledge and stuff, so that was cool. Well, after that, we smoked some more weed, and then we came back to my place, and I had all the judges. So last weekend we had a Western Slope Cannabis Cup. So I was the head judge of that. So last night, after the cup was over, I just invited everybody to come over and hang out, smoke, and, you know, chat more and just have a good time. So I was already like stoned from 8 o'clock up until that point, and then we smoked a lot more last night. David brought over like a bunch of dank herb, and then the guy who put the cup together, Matthew, he brought some herb from the winner of the cup over. Actually, it was the specific herb that placed first and second. And so we kind of smoked on some of that, and David rolled a joint with some rosin. I was so gone. Well, Peter sent a message talking about like who we're going to have on today's show, and then that was right below the link he sent last week. I was so high, I thought that we were doing a show last night, this morning. I didn't even think about it till this morning. I was like, oh shit, Peter had a show put together, and I could have jumped on with all the judges, and they would have gotten a little starstruck, because some of these cats are like just new to the really quality assessment space. You know, a lot of their experience comes from the commercial scene. So for me, like, you know, to come on with Mean Gene and Dwight and, you know, talk to Kevin Jodry and Tony from Boneyard, and, you know, on FCP here, we get exposed to a few cannabis celebrities, if you will, what I would consider old heads, not necessarily celebrities, but just really heady cannabis folk. And, you know, back in my day with, you know, when I only had a handful of experiences, like I couldn't have even imagined talking to all the people that we talk to today. And we kind of know each other now. So it's like, it's cool to see people come on and kind of get starstruck when we've got like Dwight on there and we start, you know, talking about his credentials, and people are like, oh shit, that guy worked with Neville, right? Like, oh, this guy you know, Kevin Daugherty, he's a big, so it's really kind of cool to see the, you know, people in the weed space get like starstruck by some people who have just been doing what they love for the last 40 years. So yeah, like there was this moment this morning where I was like, oh fuck, that would have been so cool to have all these cats, you know, outside of me and David and Peter, like all these cats just going, oh shit, these guys are dope, holy fuck, I've read about them. Like, but yeah, I was absolutely blitzed last night, so there was a lot of misunderstanding in my brain. I was so high, dude. I had people walking into my house and I was just like, I'm in, who's there? All my buddies are sitting around just bullshitting, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so baked. And I've had like a lower tolerance lately, so me baked is like really like, what the fuck is going on right now? There was a point where Sarah came home and she was like, are you okay? I was like, yeah, I'm really high. I'm really fucking high.
I always have to gaslight my wife and project when I'm super high, and she's like looking at me. I'm like, no, I didn't smoke anything.
Oh, yeah.
What are you talking about?
David was like, dude, I don't think I've ever seen your eyes so squinty the entire time I've known you. I was like, when you get like super high, you're like holding your eyebrows up just to like get a peek through your eyelids. Like this is pretty much what I looked like all night, just trying to open my eyes enough to see. But all right, enough of that story. I had a really good, a really good time yesterday. I woke up.
Do you want to do a quick tour before these guys all jump on?
Yeah. That's what
as most people may know, herding cats it may or may not happen that people jump on, but as of now, people have said I'm definitely jumping on. Are Dwight, Jackson, Josh from Blue Star, because he didn't really get much chance to talk last time.
Yeah, I felt bad about that.
Josh from Yellowhammer. And then I'll start reaching out. I didn't want to overcrowd it, but
yeah,
I can reach out to some other people too.
All right, garden tour time. I stumbled across a really cool thing this morning, and I sent some pictures to Peter. And I'm sure you guys would be interested.
Was it calendula, or what kind of flower was it?
It started with a G, Gallegula, something like that. But it was, Google just called it a common ground flower. And they said it was in the sunflower family. So before I get into that, these autos are just looking so good. I wish I could get a clear picture of that frost, but they're not like super thick. These are kind of like sparse buds. They're like smaller little Christmas tree shape, but God, they're so frosty and they stink. Like that diesel is really pushing through. This one is huge. I did not expect an auto to get that tall. It's like 4 feet. It's ridiculous. And they're all kind of coming in with this really nice, gassy, nutty, sour, just a really good, like the Amaretto Sour OG. If you remember back in the day, there was a photo called Amaretto Sour. This is very much like that. It's kind of wild. My buddy grew it. He had some cuts of that Amaretto Sour for a while, and it was like one of my favorites. And this is really smelling like that Amaretto Sour. So with a little OG twist, but it's so far it's phenomenal. I'm getting really excited to smoke on these things. And then
just total random aside, my dad's favorite thing dessert wise was could either be like vanilla ice cream or coffee ice cream with a splash of amaretto and some toasted almonds.
Oh, there you go.
Like slivered toasted almonds.
That sounds horrible to me. I absolutely hate amaretto.
Well, try just a little splash on the ice cream.
Okay. Yeah, I can fuck with that. Like amaretto coffee.
Not as like a big shot.
Yeah. So this plants has actually really surprised me. I planted these seeds like the middle towards the end of June. And I just put a handful, like a pinch of seeds in. So there's actually 3 plants right next to each other. And I just come out every morning and every evening and do a little low stress training on these 2 tops, because this one's kind of the runt. So I just keep training them out, and in like the last 3-4 weeks, I've turned them into like this nice little globy bush. And they should be kicking into flower here soon, so I'm really curious what this thing looks like when it's done. I haven't fed it at all. It just gets water from my sprinklers, like a little overspray from the sprinkler. So I'm really like neglecting the shit out of these, and I'm just like, this is wild. Like, this is what happens when you plant herm seeds, where you're like, oh, I'm not gonna keep cuts of that, and I'm not gonna breed with it. You end up with this massive, vigorous bunch of like, shit, should I have like kept that just to fuck with? But I've got so many like jars of stuff that buddies have brought over where they're like, It's a really good smoke, but it hermed, so there's seeds. I'm like, all right, I'll fuck with it. And I'll smoke on it and then just end up with a jar of seeds. And I'll like, right around October, I'll come through and I'll just troll a line like that. And I'll drop like 50 to 100 seeds in that line. And then just bury it. And then water it in. And whatever happens over the winter, I'll let them get established. And then like February, I'll have seedlings start up. January, February, I'll have seeds pop out of the ground. Last time I did that, dude, I had a plant over the top of my house. You could see it over the peak from the road. And it popped up in January, like right here. And I didn't do anything to it. I just let it rain. The roots. So here's a little, this is what the soil kind of looks. This is weed fabric. The soil underneath is just like concrete
That is
clay.
rock. I was gonna say.
So this shit popped out of the rock through the weed barrier. It didn't really penetrate the ground. The roots ran under the weed barrier. This was all grass. They ran under the weed barrier and stopped like right here. And the sprinkler overspray was where they were getting their water from. And anytime it rained, it came off of this gutter. And dude, what's up, Dwight? It created this monster that was like 14 feet tall. And the roots didn't penetrate the ground at all. They were tapped in and just pulling off the irrigation water. It was the wildest thing. That's when I was like, yeah, this shit's a weed for sure. So then real quick, because we got Dwight on and I want to pick his nugget a little bit. But these are the Afghan sour punch crosses that I've got all in these big pots. I was expecting a little more Afghan trait, but after talking to Brett last week, like the sour punch kind of passed along some of the narrow leaf stretch and the way they kind of bush out. I was expecting more like Christmas tree-y. And there's a couple that are kind of doing it. So I'm really kind of curious, but these things reek, dude. Just like rubbing the fan leaf like that, they absolutely stink. So the Afghan sour punch came from Heart and Soil Seed, Brett over at Heart and Soil Seed. And then these are all just a series of autos from Brother Mendel's sour auto line. And I've never really ran autos in the greenhouse, so I put a bunch of them in there just to kind of get a gauge on what's going to happen. And there's not enough light in here for them. All of these were planted the same time as these girls out here, like exact same day. Seeds were germinated, popped, went in the soil exact same day. So this kind of shows, you know, what happens when autos don't get enough light. Like I said, same age. And they're just like, seems like they're kicking off. Like this came from the exact same seed pack. These are all amaretto sours too, planted the exact same day. These are blueberry octane a la mode. These are the furthest along. Again, planted the exact same day as those ones outside the greenhouse. So now I know, like, all my autos run outside. They're not going to be in a greenhouse show unless I can get some supplemental light or get more light in here somehow in the morning. But yeah, the Afghans were crushing, dude. I'm so happy on these things. They just smell wonderful. They've got this sweet, like, fruit punchy stank to them. Little skunky on them, little gassy. I love it. It's kind of got that like Hindu cushy vibe. Super stoked on those. Okay, and the last thing, I was really kind of cool. We talked about that flower for a second. So whatever that is, whatever that flower is, there is a shit ton of thrips on it. Like, I can watch them crawl around and jump around on that flower and go underneath the leaves. There's a cannabis leaf touching that flower, and there is not.
Okay, so now look at, I mean, that's calendula. So it looks a whole lot. I mean, that would be my best guess. It's in the calendula family, but keep going.
Yeah. So there's a leaf touching it and the thrips are not moving to my cannabis plant. They would rather hang out on that flower than go to any leaf on this plant. There might be like a couple, but they don't hang out. They're not like populating on my cannabis plant. They would much rather be on that little flower right there. So for people dealing with like pest pressure, I've kind of been on this tangent for a few weeks, but there's something about having wildflowers in your garden bed with your plants. Like, it might not be a deterrent. It might just be like I said, they would rather be on this flower than that flower. It's not as sticky, I'm assuming.
It also draws in the predators. You know, I mean, that's what they see. They see these bright colors and these flowers, and they can see that from high in the atmosphere. You know, when they're up flying around. This is so. You're absolutely right. The more flowers you can plant around your gardens of all kinds, the better it's going to be.
Yep.
Yeah, they also love tobacco.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and speaking of drawing in predators, there's a little ladybug that just showed up.
And like tobacco will actually change its flowers if it's under too much pressure from a certain pesticide, from certain pests. They'll drop their flowers. The wild tobacco change the look of the flower, which brings in a different kind of a predator, and take care of these predators that are around, and then drop those flowers and go back to their original flower.
Stop it.
Yeah, wild tobacco does that.
That's cool.
Yeah. Hi, Eloise. Nice to see you.
What's up, Eloise? Holy shit. How you doing, girl?
Hey, good to see you guys.
I'm not sure
Can
who
you
the
hear me
other
all
person
good?
is there.
Josh. That's Josh.
Hello, Josh.
Blue Star.
Hey, how's it going?
And then these are some cosmos. I'm waiting for the cosmos to bloom. I've noticed, like, in the same way tobacco kind of behaves, the cosmos, when they shoot up tall, moths prefer to lay on the cosmos than they do the weed. I don't know why, but I've noticed that they will go to the cosmos flowers before they go to the weed flowers. So companion planting, folks, highly recommend the wildflower mixes.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll let you guys geek out for a little bit because I haven't had you guys on, Dwight. I haven't had you on in forever. Eloise, I don't think I've ever had you on my show. This is awesome. On this little Friday morning segment.
Super stoked to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I catch
Likewise,
you guys on all of
Dwight.
those conversations. And then we really haven't had a chance to chop it up with Josh. I mean, last week we did a little bit. I'm super stoked to have you back on again, Josh. Your work with DJ Short is just, it's cool. I'm a huge blueberry fan, so yeah, it's kind of dope to run into somebody who's still doing the blueberry work.
Yeah, it's an honor.
Nothing goes better with the hazes than those blueberries. You know, they just bring out the best in each other. That spicy, hashy. You know, if there's even a bit of blueberry in there, it brings out comes out nice with the hazes.
Yep.
I
I
can
mean,
see why
that's
the blue green. Why the
It does
blue green
tend to
was
breed well with about everything.
Yeah.
I've got a super silver haze kind of cross, little bit of work that Brother Mendel did, and he called it Mendel's poisoned haze. And I'm like, my idea with that is, while I open pollinate it, I also want to put some blueberry, like a handful of blueberry variations in there with it, like just real original blueberry, but like go a little bit in the blueberry muffin side, and just anything that's real heavy blueberry dominant with just, you know, either like baked good variation or like super gassy or super chemi variation. I want to stay away from blue dream cuts because I don't want to bring out more haze from the blue dream.
Yeah.
So I'm really sticking close to more of that original blueberry kind of vibe with just a few other variations, and see if I can't pull like just a gnarlier, newer version of Blue Dream, you know? Like
It'd be good to cross the blueberry. If you cross that super silver haze, I mean, cross a blue dream to the blueberry again, to your best blueberry, and that can bring it out, you know?
So that's kind of what I was
something
thinking.
that's newer, the long lost cousins.
Yeah, so the haze is a super silver haze crossed with Dutch haze, hunted out, and then crossed back to the super silver haze.
All
So
right, you
that,
got your haze back cross there to the super silver.
yeah.
Nice.
And then rock that into a blueberry, and then kind of like what Dwight was saying, just it's really just looking for, a nice, I think that's what you're saying, Dwight, is like a nice hybrid variation between the two, the haze and the blueberry, and then kind of either taking those their own directions or
That's
bringing
the
them
thing,
back
Yeah,
together.
you find these. You find these old lines from the 90s and early 2000s, and then cross the newest one of the pieces of the puzzle into those, and then often they pop. It really brings them back to life, and all the genetics are still in there.
Right, right. So speaking oldie, Eloise, where are you finding those landrace blueberry terps?
I think you're muted.
Oh, yeah, I muted. Was the question, where do I find blueberry terps in landrace? Interesting. I don't think I've really found any sort of distinct blueberry notes in landrace so far. I'd have to say that based on my experience, it's quite rare, but I obviously haven't been anywhere near everywhere I'd need to be to find it. Though in Thailand, I think that there's some traits that people have thought might be ancestral to some of DJ Short's work. I'm not super nerdy about that, but there's certainly some lemons which are disappearing from the gene pool. That's mostly in the Thai. Blueberry I haven't really seen. We're like on mango across the board, just straight up throughout the tropics. It starts to get a little bit more diverse when you get up into the Himalayas. And then in Thailand, Southeast Asia, you got a little few outliers, but I've never really noticed anything like strong blueberry.
But something like maybe that could precursor, because like Josh was saying, like Thai is a pretty big influence. It's a pretty big part of that blueberry component, right?
Well, I was going to ask you, Josh, isn't it purple Thai and Highland Thai that are two of the main like components of it, right?
Yeah, so it starts out. He first crossed chocolate Thai into Oaxacan gold, so you have that Thai and Mexican cross right there. That becomes purple Thai. Some people called it Oregon purple Thai when he moved out to Oregon and started working the projects out there as well. That was kind of before my time, the purple Thai. But I've had some of his breeding work with purple Thai crossed to some blueberry males, and it's definitely got that blueberry influence in there. So I'm wondering if the cross of the Thai and Mexican maybe brought out some of these berry terps. I know he talks about Oaxacan and that being one of his all-time favorites, but I don't recall any talk about berry terps with the Oaxacan. I think it was kind of like a spiciness and cedar and those types of aromas coming from the Oaxacan. And then from the purple Thai, he crossed that into Afghan, and that was probably around 78 to 80. And that became the flow strain. And the flow strain did have some sweet berry attributes, along with like the classic Nepalese temple hash that everybody knows and loves it for as well. And then from there, crossed into juicy fruit Thai Afghan, and that became blueberry. So there's double Thai influence, Oaxacan Mexican, and Afghan. And the Afghan definitely has some funkiness to it, some putrid skunk attributes, working on selfing his lines and digging through the old parental phenotypes that come out. We definitely had some, I wouldn't call it RKS, but there was definitely skunk in there, Afghan skunk. So that's the background of DJ's lineage.
So
Yes,
and
okay.
I may be mistaken, but it sounds like a lot of the sweet fruit, sharp fuel components are coming out of that Thai.
Well,
Because everything, I mean, this is just kind of through my conversations with Dwight and what I've learned over the last few years, but it seems like a lot of those like earthier, more incensey notes come from like the Afghan, Pakistan, more drier areas. And then when you start getting into like the equatorial, the more like humid, dense climates, you start seeing like more of that sweetness, that like not just blueberry, but you note it like more fruit profiles coming through like the Thais and the not so much the Colombians, but more Asian profiles seem to be more fruity. Like even wasn't the Vietnam more of a fruity profile?
Can we maybe just talk about what does a blueberry actually taste like for a second? Because blueberry is obviously within the berry
Yeah, the
family of, like,
Vietnamese is like it's like cotton candy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think when we talk blueberry and cannabis, I think we're discussing the profile that was kind of set by DJ Short, which is very much this artificial candy blueberry. Like if you were to put a blueberry Jolly Rancher, that's kind of what, or like even like a blueberry type sucker, like that's kind of the blueberry I got. Maybe even like you could go as far as like a blueberry type Laffy Taffy, but it's all very almost artificial blueberry, artificial like candy blueberry. And that was at least what I'm reminded of when I talk about blueberry. Like that's kind of it. But yeah.
So the blueberry, it's
Just like
probably
a real
well known for people
blueberry,
comparing it to like candied profiles because, I don't think you can really smell a pack of blueberries like you smell the blueberry from cannabis. It really, really is way more pungent than like the fresh blueberries. Now you can get the fresh blueberry flavors out of there. DJ's F5 definitely has that, or the F4 Mother definitely has that fresh blueberry, that ripe blueberry. A lot of people say it's candied, but I think it's like a fresh blueberry, or like I have a hard time describing this, but like almost like a seltzer or a spritz, or like almost like a carbonated soda type of profile. DJ calls that something else, and it's not coming to mind how he describes it, but that's
Blueberry
how I
water.
describe his original blueberry. And then you get into different variations of it, and it can go very tart and forest berry, like the wood grains in there, or it can go very sickly sweet side, just like blueberry syrup or blueberry. And then another classic profile in the original stock is the red wine profile. So you get that burgundy or that blueberry wine going on too. So I've ran into
That's right.
20
Like
different
Ryan's got
nuanced variations of
effervescent, yeah.
blueberry.
How many of you guys have smelled chocolate Thai? Tasted it, right? So like you definitely get this like red wine kind of leathery aromas coming out of it. And
so
that's one of the reasons why I kind of like talking to Josh about where it's all in the DJ, because it's helped me to understand where the flavor profiles are exactly coming from. Because I have had an Afghan that had a more berry, kind of creamy flavor. I've had a chocolate Thai. I've had all these different additives to it that kind of bring it together. And then I've grown out a few of the Mexican seeds that I've had over the years, and some that I've gotten, and I can tell that there's a heavy berry influence on a lot of the Mexican seeds that I've popped. And so like my next follow would be, well, what that came from the Mexican part of that? Like, is that the Afghan Thai double Thai in there? Is that like what the Mexicans used in order to like solidify a lot of that berry flavors in a lot of their stuff? You know what I mean? Because like you say, it comes from Oaxaca, the Oaxacan. So like,
you have to look at the base. I think you have to look at the base. Like, where's the primary? And this is, I think, what Eloise was getting ready to get to. When you talk about a really like deep Burgundy type wine, you can almost picture that like not far off in the distance being blueberry. Like when you have a certain smell or flavor trait, there is this like band that you can stretch through and go, oh, I see. If you switch the ratio of these two compounds, it goes from Burgundy to candy blueberry, right? So it's a matter of like, what are we introducing into that to draw that out. And this is where it gets to be like almost artistic, where you're like how a sculptor looks at a square chunk of marble and can pull out like a Michelangelo statue. It's very the same way, where you can look at a specific
Usually I've
blend of
found
aromas.
So
I found mixing these
go
acrid, astringent types will do that. Instead of trying to put sweet on sweet to bring out more, if you put this acrid astringent base in there, suddenly that seems to bring out more of the sweetness than in the blueberry. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got the blueberry also in the saipan. I always found it very strange. It was blueberry came from that Thai, and then all of a sudden it come out in the saipan, and I could see that's really deep in those old Vietnamese, Thai, Southeast Asian lines somewhere.
Okay.
So certain things, when you combine them, they can enhance. So when you have those two different combos of something that's astringent and tart, that can, if you find the right phenotype with the cross to the sweet side, that can really enhance the sweet side. That's what I've really noticed with my hybrid work with DJ's blueberries, and where I've really struck gold for myself is, for me, I grew up in the 90s, so it was a lot of hybrids already, right? But like Kemzo cheese sours, so those blended in with the blueberries with the right ones, sure, you can still find that raunchiness, but man, it can really enhance the pungentness of the blueberry and the sweetness of the blueberry. And then going back to land races and stuff, so let's talk about the chocolate Thai a little bit. So that its attributes from DJ and from my experience were chocolate cocoa nib more than chocolate, I would say. More of that bitterness than the sweetness on the chocolate Thai. And then you get the leathery, like Eloise said. And then anise really pops up, like the black licorice profile is really deep in there too. There's a few other things I'm missing there with leather, I think maybe Eloise said. That's really in the chocolate Thai. And then when that crossed to that Oaxacan, I know the purple Thais popped out a lot of that Burgundy wine. And that's when we get into the Burgundy. And like, I'm not sure what your name is, the guy running this thing here. What's your name?
I'm Jeff, and that's Peter.
Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, nice to see you again, Jeff. So like you were mentioning, Jeff, that Burgundy wine profile, I think really came out with the purple Thai cross. And then when DJ popped it into that Afghan, boom, we added that astringentness of the Afghan. And which Afghan was, talk about landrace again, we talk about where stuff comes from, how cannabis is so diverse. It just depends on what phenotype you pick up, what chemovar you pick up from that profile. Because Afghans, like most of these other ones, probably like most of these other land races, if you can get to a diverse enough look at the whole gene pool, you go from sickly sweet to dead animal skunk with Afghans specifically. But I'm sure most of the other gene pools are exactly the same way. It's just so diverse. So it's really what we're working with within that subset.
I gotta give a quick shout out for Peter to put this.
Once you get into the,
because this is epic. To kind of have some OGs, and then to have Eloise, who's been grinding in the land race realm for, I don't know what, like almost a decade or plus now. Like this is just Andy to have you on here. Like this is just an epic panel to kind of talk about this. So good call, bro.
Hey, Jeff, is my volume is really low for listening to all you guys. Is there some way to boost that up? My phone is up all the way, and you guys are just barely listenable.
I'm trying to think. Maybe refresh your browser and come back in. But
okay.
One issue is since you don't have earbuds or headphones, if you crank your speaker volume way up, a lot of times that'll then feed back through your microphone. So it's kind of a trade-off, but you already have it all the way up. So try to refresh and come back. Do you have any like headphones or anything?
I don't know if my phone has a jack
from your old 80s Walkman that you can, the mini jack.
I'm going to go look. I'm going to log out. I'll join you guys back here in a minute. Thank you. I'll talk to you guys in a second.
But I just want to use that as an excuse then to jump in, because I've been itching to say it, but flavor composition is really interesting. You guys already touched on it a couple times, and I think that everybody's had this experience of mixing colors of paint when you're like in art class growing up, right? And you realize that brown is typically the most
The
common
end
thing
result.
that comes out of your mixing, right?
Yep.
It's kind of like that with taste too. When you start to mix flavors, you lose sort of the sharp edges. I like to think of taste and smell as like sharp curves on a graph, you know. And when it comes to things like chocolate, leather, burgundy, these are all would be called like in this realm of like tertiary aromas and flavors. So they're not constituted of primary components. They're sort of aggregate smells and flavors that are really complicated and come from multiple interactions. And when I think of blueberry, I think in America you're blessed with particularly tasty blueberries, but see where I am in Scotland now, it's actually blueberry season, and I just was out in the hills picking wild blueberries. And
Ooh.
the best ones taste okay, but the majority of them taste very watery and frankly,
Yeah.
almost a little bit rotten, even when they're not rotten at all. And it's because the actual, the terpenes and the constituent molecules are not that intense. And for a lot of the other very recognizable berries like strawberry and raspberry, you have this tartness that Joe keeps talking about that really drives the flavor profile forward. With blueberry, you lack that. And I think that
Yeah.
it's precisely this combination. I think it was Dwight, somebody touched on it.
You
You
don't-
don't
not
actually
in
want to layer
not in Canada. Not in Canada though.
Not in Canada. You actually want to layer some like some
I was going to say the
astringency
blueberries here,
and
the
some-
wild blueberries here are sweet, pure blueberry.
Yeah,
I think we've got
Northeast.
blaeberries. I think we're not actually got blueberries here. They're called blaeberries. And yeah, they're
Yeah,
just an
okay.
inferior relative, I guess. But all that to say that I think it's this rotten animal. I think it's this astringent, this sort of putrid aroma that sort of lays on top of the sweet tart berry that defines blueberry for me as a taste. Having heard all you guys talk, I can't help but suppose that it's the interaction between the chocolate Thai and the Afghan.
Well, I would imagine so, very much. That's what was kind of cool to have that's why I was like, oh, this is dope to have everybody on like this, because it really does, like, having Josh on, who worked with DJ Short, who like made that blueberry, and to know that like this Thai and this Afghan came into play to create this, to really understand like how one influenced the other in a certain way. It very much is like layering a photo. You know what I mean? When you look at a photographer who takes a shit ton of pictures of the same thing, and then they layer the photo on top of it in order to bring out a more clear image. You could do that. That's how flavor goes. In order to go one direction or the other, is you got to layer the right shit. If you just pull some random shit out, then your picture looks weird. So I think the same thing kind of goes for flavor. But I'm just playing. I don't know how. It's interesting to hear all these people, a lot of people talk about breeding, because I've only done a little bit more guided. I've not really gone out on my own to really play with stuff. And so from what I understand, it is very much like a vision that you kind of have to have, in the same way that you're sculpting something, in order to understand what you're going to go in with in order to draw that picture out. And
So for me, like, so while you're on it, Jeff, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but like I really want to say something real quick. It's for me, like, as a chef, because I spent so many years of my life as a chef and trying to create flavor profiles for dishes for people, that blueberries are one of the most diverse fruits you can utilize in a kitchen, because you can create so many different things with them. You can create savory dishes, sweet dishes, a mix of savory and sweet dishes. They come out in different ways when you cook them different ways. There's different flavor profiles. You can add different things to create different things. So when I was looking for my specific blueberry out of that DJ line that me and my friend started, like, I would notice there is a very diverse array of flavor profiles once you open up that line.
Like Eloise's Brayberry blueberry to what you would find in the Pacific Northwest, that's basically candy growing. Right. There's this
there's a
variation
huge
of
array
blueberry
of
flavor.
diversity in blueberries and berries
Right.
in general. And so like that was one of the things that kind of caused me to wonder what was all in it. Okay, what's all in it and why did those components get utilized together? Now it seems like the more deeper I'm getting into it, like there were specific things that brought that blueberry to a flow state, that took it to a DJ Short's blueberry state, and then took other people found other things to add into it to take it into other states and into other lineages.
I want to
And
bring
so
Josh back up because I'm curious.
with that being so diverse, it's like
There
that
it is.
for me, that's an awesome line to work, you know what I mean? And so to
Josh.
hear the lineages of it and where it comes from, that for me, that's awesome to hear, you know what I mean?
Did DJ Short ever tell you what his nose was like? What was he describing aromatically when he was in like going for like this is gonna be blueberry? And the essence of like it sounds like you can pretty much get every variation of blueberry from like what Eloise was describing, all the way to this candy variation. Was he looking for candy blueberry? Was he intending to create a specific type of blueberry, or was this like like what was he shooting for in blueberry?
Yeah, great question. I'll be happy to answer that. Can you guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Great, yeah.
Good. I did find a set of earphones, but check this shit out. My wife collects vintage shit. I don't know when this is from, but check out this jack. This thing is like, it fits no devices that I have.
So that's a 1/4-inch jack.
Okay.
If only
That's
you had
awesome.
a quarter to
Amplifier.
mini adapter.
Yeah. I need
But
like a 19...
actually, sorry, hold that back up.
Yeah. Mm.
See if you can try to pull the metal part off the plastic. You may have a mini under it.
Hey, it's on screws. Yeah, damn, you're right.
Oh my gosh.
Look at this guy, Peter. You're
Oh
on
my
your game.
gosh.
That is
all right.
awesome.
We know who the AV student in school was.
I'll try plugging that in here in a minute. I don't know if I'll have to turn it off and back on or whatnot. But right now I have my wireless earphones in, and it seems like I can hear pretty well.
Cool.
I just fry my brain
Nice.
with a few Wi-Fi waves and smoke some blueberry to counterbalance all those cancers.
There you go.
That's DJ's plan there. Just outcompete all those nasty pesticides and shit.
love
The
8
cannabis
tracks.
just beats them up. So you were asking about what DJ was shooting for, and it turns out we've had this discussion quite a bit, and he wasn't shooting for a flavor profile at all. He was shooting for how it made you feel.
Right.
It was all about the effect, and he wanted that relaxing. I call it the Irie effect, just total relaxation, euphoric bliss. He didn't like that soaring narcotic high. He didn't like the elevated zippy heart palpitation effect. He wanted something that opened up your mind and you could explore and had no ceiling and you can keep smoking and it kept getting you higher and higher. Did a lot of acid testing with it and had to pass those tests and that's exactly what he was looking for. So he started smoking when he was a teenager and grew up in the white ghetto around Detroit, and he had he was poor Polish community. The poor other communities looked were above him and looked down on him. So he had this constant weight of anxiety growing up. He couldn't look African American in the face without getting in a fight in Detroit in that time frame. And so he found those small batches of cannabis that were coming in, those heirloom strains, those land races from the Brotherhood of Eternal Love were bringing them in. They were totally unique and small farmers in small batches, not compressed. So it was well taken care of and well selected. He found his magic in those land races that set his mind straight and killed the anxiety. And so like,
I gotta say, how cool
go ahead.
is it? How cool is it that while going after a specific effect without bag appeal and aroma and flavor in mind, just whatever you get, we want it to hit us this way. How cool
Yeah.
is it that expressed itself in blueberry, but not just blueberry, but the string of blueberry flavors that nature has offered us, right? So it's like
Yep.
through chasing this effect, Mother Nature is like, oh, that effect tastes like all these blueberries.
Yeah, probably much like many other things in nature, right? Things become
Like it,
beautiful or smell amazing to attract you for certain reasons, and that's probably basically how this is working too. Um, yeah, it's pretty wild. And then so basically, DJ talks about the breeding work and going through the years, and he never really named it. Those floral strains became flow, I think, for a certain reason about how they flowered out and kept flowering. Um, and but they were really known to have some of the anti-anxiety type properties extremely well. So there might be something to those floral characters too. Um, and then when he crossed that juicy fruit Afghan combo into his flow work, and then became the blueberry, he still hadn't called it blueberry at that point. Um, he hadn't even named it, actually. It was just the cross, still the original cross. And so that was the first outcross since his flow lines. And people were calling it the kind for quite a while until the blueberry name latched onto it somewhere along that time frame as well, and then it got entered into the cup as blueberry, and probably got known by more of the national community at that point. So yeah, it had nothing to do with chasing blueberry at all. It just happened for the selections that he liked for the type of head effect.
right, right. Oh, that's super wild.
Yeah, pretty fascinating.
I mean, we've related it to, I mean, Eloise brought up colors where, like, if you keep adding, like, if you mix a couple colors, it creates a cool new color. If you go too far, it just turns brown. With food, it's the same thing. If you keep adding too many flavors, and I always think of music where you have kind of the low, the mid, the high.
Yep.
And if you're listening to a song that's just all like they're open in any snippet in time of a song with audio coming at you, there's a whole range, and if all you're hearing is like, there are open pockets and spaces where you can put a light hint of something that kind of adds to it, right? Or like in cooking, if you add like a little splash of lemon, its effect is it teases out cool things. Somebody the other day, I think Ozark Nation, he was curing, I think he had some Nicaraguan tobacco that he was curing, and he likes to roll blunts with it, and someone was like, why would you mix tobacco with your cannabis? And I was like, I hear, like, if you're talking, breaking apart a Marlboro or a Parliament or like a menthol cigarette and mixing it, that's completely different than kind of your natural tobacco. Because for me, I love smoking weed by itself, but if I add a little tobacco, it brings out and it shows me interesting flavors and tastes that I hadn't experienced without the addition of the tobacco. It doesn't mean I always smoke it with tobacco.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain that to people, like how to be like, no, you don't understand. It's doing something.
And not every hit. I don't taste it on every hit too. And then like on the fourth hit, some taste that I hadn't tasted hits me, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome. And the next hit, it doesn't hit me that way. Oh, it's like Russian roulette of taste, but it's awesome. Like, I love it.
Oh, when you blend it, I think it has to do with like the sesquiterpenes, because when you blend like old school hash, like traditional hash with tobacco, like it really does like change what you can taste out of the hash. It really does wake it up.
It's a different chemical composition than either tobacco or cannabis on their own. They form something new. That's why like getting spliffed or getting blunted is like a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, tobacco does. Modern nicotine does. like you were saying, Peter, like today's cigarettes, it's not the same comparison to like a more natural tobacco that's really medicinal. Indians have been using it for Native Americans been using it forever in their medicines. I'm sure going back thousands of years, it's been used. But like
Homegrown, Becky.
my experience with new age tobacco and all those chemicals in it, it did not work out well for me. So I'm pretty anti-tobacco, but I can really see where you guys are coming from there. And like
I would say
culture?
Anti-store-bought tobacco.
Yeah, what culture
It makes me ill.
What culture was was it the Europeans like over there in Amsterdam and were known for quite commonly mixing
I think cannabis and
with
tobacco have long been
hash?
close friends and bedfellows.
Okay.
I think it's only really an American phenomenon that doesn't mix them, to be honest. I feel like they're very much at home with each other.
I mean, Eloise would be the best to speak on this, but yeah, I think most of the world, right, is mixing cannabis and tobacco. You're on mute.
I just rolled a hash spliff right in front of you guys like 2 seconds ago.
That's funny.
Fucking right.
All
Let's
this talk
roll.
inspired you.
Yeah, Eloise, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we got it.
Shit.
Okay.
She's back here. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a little bit of delay, I think. I'm not sure whose side it's on, but
Okay, I get you now.
To me, it's actually much weirder for people smoking out of a glass pipe, which is really, to me, like a crack pipe. I'd much rather see someone have some tobacco in their hand than roasting a glass stem, personally.
That's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
never
I just
thought
grew
of
up in the 90s. I grew up in the 90s with glass pipes, so it's very like it was like the clean way to smoke, a joint or clean your glass pipe.
I'm an 80s baby. I grew up with glass pipes, seeing them too, but not
with
the
the
sexy
crack.
version.
Right. Yeah, I got some old school friends that don't like the torches. Like today's modern like dab rigs, like break out the torch. They're like, no.
There's so much in delivery, and it's really funny because I was scrolling through Facebook or YouTube, and I saw a video. I think it was in India, where these kids were just chilling on the side of the mountain, and one of them ran and grabbed just a leaf off the ground, a brown leaf off the ground, and he twisted up a joint. So the variations of delivery are quite insane.
Just to take that wire edge off.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, so it is kind of a culture thing. Like, that's what's cool to me about cannabis is it like goes through this culture and things still stick. Like, the oldest version aside from eating cannabis as far as insulation is like hotboxing a tent, right? And we will still hotbox our vehicles today. We'll go through the second after that is just a stem with a hollow bamboo pipe with weed packed in it. I've got a clay chillum in the drawer underneath me right now. Like, we stick to these delivery methods that we develop over the years, and it just attaches on to the new delivery methods we learn. Now we're to like micro vape pens that can, hold weed or concentrates. We're to these
live rosin. I love it.
Yeah. Well, even to a point where it like, okay, a few years ago, there was a trip to India that was with Ryan and Sean. There was a couple people that he took, the Eloise took around, and they brought these electronic pens that you can stick hash in. And that was pretty impactful, being able to travel and taste. But wasn't it interesting to the people that were living there, seeing that kind of delivery system where, they're mostly smoking chillum? So it's really kind of culturally interesting to look at the delivery system of smoking cannabis and who likes what. I got friends who only smoke bongs, Dynavape. Yeah. I know people who only vape, and there's stuff that I can't fathom. I'm not I'm not a big blunt guy. I would mix hash and tobacco. That's my preference, but I'm not a big blunt wrap guy. So it's all, where you grow up, how you grow up, what you prefer, and it all gets you high at the end of the day.
Yep.
I like being open-minded, but we can
And
draw some
what
hard
you have
lines.
access to. It depends what you have access to.
True, but we shouldn't be encouraging resourcefulness up to a point. Like in Sri Lanka recently, I was shocked that out of 5 visitors farmers that I visited, none of them had rolling papers or pipes or chillums, and all of them were using some form of book. One of them was using the Bible, and they were just rolling up, in just standard like book paper. And I was like, yo, like that's hardcore. Like I can get you guys some papers, like chill.
Jail culture.
Use what you got, right?
Yeah.
Some
One of the
super
prin- one of
thick
the prints.
craft paper.
I think all these
arts and
things have a
crafts paper.
all these things have a specific delivery way, which we haven't even clicked into a lot of this yet. Like a lot of old foods and teas and beer and this thing. There's specific glass for a specific type of teacup to drink tea, which actually works best. The other you can't even use the others anymore. And as far as tobacco goes, that's something that came from countries where they produce cannabis for the resin. Where you produce cannabis for the resin, you had to mix the resin with something, so they mix it with tobacco. I mean, and the places where there's more ganja and they had lots, they didn't have to mix anything with tobacco. And then, of course, Europe, through the decades, had mostly hash available, so they all started mixing with tobacco. And then suddenly along comes the weed, and because you're already addicted to tobacco, then you just start mixing the weed with tobacco, and it just doesn't seem to burn right over there without being mixed with tobacco. And they look at it as the heavenly and the earthly buzz mixed together, so you get a bit of both and you don't get too imbalanced. That was the old behind the tobacco mixing with resin, and like in Colombia, places like that, they don't mix it with tobacco much. It was mainly a way of smoking the resin.
Right. You have to, especially if you've got really good resin that's really melty, you have to have something to carry that through. Like there's got to be something to hold it together when you smoke it, otherwise
you can't sit there with a big pipe and
Nope.
And it's subtle. You mix a bit of hash with tobacco, and you can smoke that anywhere if you don't even smell it.
That's one thing I know.
Gosh, I barely hear you.
If I'm at a concert, an outside concert, and I don't want anybody to know I'm smoking herb, a hash, and a cigarette, man, like just a spliff. Everybody smells the tobacco, and they just assume that it's some hippie style tobacco. Yeah, it's so awesome. It's mostly hash, if I'm being honest. But
Josh, maybe refresh your browser or say something right now because we can't. Let me hear you. You're all maybe switch to the old school, the 8-track headphones.
All right, give it a go. All right, be right back.
Now you're back. Now we can hear you. No, he too late. He already left.
See, in France, like a lot of people. First of all, it's expensive, but a lot of people just even if they can afford it, they'll just like roll like a big rolling tobacco spliff, right? Which is like kind of hardcore, and then just a little sprinkling of weed through it. Because the point isn't to get super stoned either. It's just hardcore nicotine addicts cigarettes taste like shit. A little bit of weed in there, especially if it's terpy, goes a long way to making a nice smoke.
Oh, that's a good point. I never really thought of that. Yeah. Because there is something to like the interaction between cannabis and tobacco, because even if you're not smoking them together, there's
especially
something going
hash
on in your body. Yeah, you smoke some herb and then go take a couple rips off a dart, and you will 100% get a different weed effect. Like you'll feel it differently. It's kind of wild.
So have any of you got that tobacco flavor out of a cannabis
And the thing
plant?
is, most of these hashes yes, the hazes, some of the hazes have that. We've got some very nice tobacco tones in there.
There was a time when I was going through a few hazes that I was.
Tobacco.
There was a time I was going through a few hazes that I was like, okay, I'm I don't know what's going on. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore, and I haven't for a long time. And I was like, did I cure it wrong? Did I what did I do? I thought it was something I did wrong, but the like heavy tobacco flavor
No, it's
to it,
something you
and I
did
was
right.
just super surprised that came out.
Yeah,
And
What's up,
so
Josh?
like my dad
it's almost
my
like a
dad is a
cigar
cigarette
tobacco. Eh? You
smoker.
get these.
Yeah, my dad is a cigarette smoker, and he loved it. He could not get enough of the stuff, and I was like, I can't stand it. Like
Yeah.
it's something I don't want to do no more. I can't smoke that. And so, like I said, I thought I did something wrong, and to know I did something right, it's kind of cool.
Well, it's hard to tell. Like when you've only been
Absolutely, you brought out
exposed to a
that's a
handful
real line in those, and people who selected. Go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, it's really difficult to discern that, when you only get exposed to what other people select for a while, to be like, holy shit, I didn't know that was possible in herbs. And yeah, you have to just chat with some people, be like, oh yeah, we saw a lot of that. We tried to select away from it because we didn't think people would get it. Like I've heard breeders say that, like we've steered away from that because we didn't think people would get it. Like it was really dank, but we just didn't think that profile was there, because people want what they understand, and what they understand is what they're addicted to, which is sugar and coffee and sugar. So that's what we see a lot out here. You really have to dig deep. It was actually kind of cool. We came across, I think it was either some of David's herb or something that was really deep in that anise black licorice profile, which is really fun to see in herb, dude. I don't know why there's not more of it, but that black licorice vibe is so good in herb. We can't hear you, Jackson.
Hello.
There you go.
I don't think he was talking.
I have not yet.
Oh, I heard you say that. I was
Listening.
like, hey, what's up, man?
I was listening.
What's
It's
up,
a very good explanation for that.
Stop over Peter right now. Here we go. Stop it, Peter.
Right.
Yeah, black licorice, dude. That's like one of the big notes in the root beer jarro weed that I like. That's like my favorite weed, and I see that coming out of like the. Trippy enough, I see it coming out of like the Hindu. I see it coming out of like all the parents that are in the root beer, kind of a little bit of licorice notes here and there and different.
Nice.
And some of these Durbans that had the black licorice, a lot of those were actually Durbans times Northern Lights 1, or one of the original first crosses with the Afghans. But some of the real pure Durbans have it as well.
Those are the ones. That's the first Durban I ever saw in the 90s, and I never really saw it again. And then that's the one from the Bay Area that my buddies always talk about, is the licoricey ones. And everyone associates Durban with the heavy terpinolene, pinene, kind of African sativa smell, which is I find in like the Swazi and Lesotho and those things that are from down in the area where Durban comes from. But it seems like everything that came out of Amsterdam was different. And when you said that it was crossed with the Afghans, that kind of makes sense, because it's the Afghan stuff that I see it in more. But that's cool too that you saw it in the old Durban. Do you think there's a chance those Durbans had already been mixed up in Amsterdam, the ones that all smell like licorice, or did you see ones direct from?
A lot of them were right away. That was some of the first crosses they made. Real.
Nice.
Because a lot of people in Holland were growing Durban, and that's about the only thing that would flower up there in the north, sativa wise. So then all of a sudden, as soon as the Afghans came in, then in 85 and 84, then right away they crossed it to that. And then, but it leaned very heavily sativa like, and people thought that was pure Durbans, but a lot of it was Afghan Durban crosses, but that really brought out more licorice too.
Cool.
You find a lot of ginger in herb, like, kind of sticking on that root theme, is like, there's times where I'll get onto something that's kind of like almost
Not
sour,
much.
and I'm like, I'm like, God, this sour almost like has this ginger take to it. Like it gets so sharp, but there's this like,
Well, this R2.
I don't know what it is. There's something to it where sometimes I'm like, oh, that's kind of ginger-esque. I wouldn't say ginger, but it's like real ginger-esque. And I'm like, God, is that like a thing? Could you find like some real gingery something out there?
In the limes,
We grow a R2 up here on the East Coast, and a lot.
I'll go ahead.
I was just going to say that, and a lot of that comes out with turmeric, and it's got almost ginger.
Yeah, that rooty. Everything that smells real rooty and earthy to me, I've always liked. It's funny because people like the candies and stuff. A lot of people say that like in a derogatory way, like, oh, it's earthy or it's floral or it's soapy. There's like things, and I love all those things. Like those are kind of at the top of my stuff because when I was growing up, there was a lot of stuff that was very fruity and candy, and I considered them to be a little bit more of a cheap smell. They smell a little bit more like they don't smell sophisticated. They're not really layered, and like they don't strike me as like classy fragrances, you know, whereas the things that were more rooty and musky and you know, like woody and things like that, those always seemed exotic to me. But that's because a lot of the first stuff that I saw was like really over the top fruity. Like that's still in like my pina work. It's just like so overwhelmingly sweet. People describe it as smelling like Febreze and candy. It's like, you know, and so it's that, since that was what I first saw, then when I saw like the Hindu and the Kushes and stuff, then that was more rich. But in the lime stuff, I do get ones that are very gingery, and so some of them that makes them smell exactly like a Moscow Mule, where it's like ginger lime mix, or it's more just ginger. And then like the ginger ale definitely comes out, and I don't know where it comes from at all. I mean, in there's Afghani and Northern Lights, which is basically just Afghani, the old ones that I had. And then there's Burmese in there, and I wouldn't be surprised if it comes from that more South Asian stuff because their smells are a little bit more trippy in there. But it's definitely in there, and when it comes out, it's really, really like it's super desirable for me, and I haven't ever leaned anything in that direction really hard. But what's cool about it is that when you get the lime stuff, sometimes it'll smell more like citronella or lemongrass in the citrus range. And so when you get that coupled with the ginger, a lot of times it'll be more like the galangal Thai ginger, which is like way more rooty and a little more exotic. Like a lot of those Thai things, like Thai basil has the heavy like licorice anise note to it. And the Thai ginger, the galangal, is like really more deep and almost like pine foresty, or like chewing on fir leaves almost if you chew on a root of it. And that comes through in those. So when that happens, it's really neat because then it very much tastes like Thai food, like tom kha soup or something like that. And that's like those are like my favorite. That to me is like, what the fuck? How does weed smell and taste like that, you know? And so I really love those because it's so layered, and such a funny coincidence that you line up these weirdest things and they happen to be something that have already been combined in like a really delicious recipe already.
Right.
So you can trigger that in your brain.
Yeah, well, that's what I was kind of like saying was cool about like the way, you know, what ended up with DJ Short. Like he was shooting for an effect, and then all of a sudden he ends up with this like, here, you get blueberry with that. You know, like not intending for the flavor, but that's just what he got in the end from being like, oh, okay, I made what I want.
Yeah, it's like a real cool example of like weird, like mystical synchronicity and serendipity, you know, where you're like, it shouldn't really be able to be this cool, but it is, you know. You're like, it's like a level above above logical scientific stuff.
Right.
He always talk about that, like, this doesn't make sense, and then he's always like, it doesn't make sense if you only believe in materialism, you know, like
Right.
there's these layers, and it's biology, so it's all magic, you know. Plants have a lot of it.
Oh, it's cool. And then, yeah, just to see, because I always assumed that a lot of that rooty, earthy woodiness was just a product of like Afghan and Pakistani herb, if I'm being honest. Like, I've always kind of associated a lot of that, like, I don't know, like leathery and stuff with more Afghan. But the longer I've like started chatting with people, the more I'm like, oh no, it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, and I think there's a trippy thing going on where a lot of things could wind up being present anywhere, because in reality there's one original ancestor to everything that we have, and in that little gene pool it's more likely that everything already existed in the area where everything stems from, and then it got narrowed down as it went. When you look at the way that things happen of what we've observed with plants in cannabis, it's like there's these old gene pools where most of the things, I don't think very many things, in other words, came into existence along the way. I think that things became isolated and separated. And so you might get like really crazy terpinolene out of like Pakistani, and then you get really crazy terpinolene out of Thai, and you're like, where did that go on? And then I know that different influences cause things to come out like and be really accentuated, and I'm sure things did arise over the years from new gene combinations, but I also have noticed that there's like these kind of like primordial things that seem to be like almost muddy, but they have, I think if you tested some of the older things from those older regions like in Asia, that you'd probably get a lot of little tiny amounts of these things that get boosted when they turn into wherever they went, so that like you it's not super shocking that a South African
So it's
and an
like
Afghan both have like anise notes, or you know, whatever.
yeah, we had this analogy of like, you know, art and color palette, and the way I'm picturing it is cannabis started as brown, and then as it moved, the colors separated to be more individual down to basically,
I think so.
that makes sense. And then you start getting other, you know, all the
I'm growing right now. I've been growing, you guys know, I've been growing the wild ruderalis from Siberia for almost a decade now, and I watched them come up. They're from Bashkortostan. They've been there ever. There's millions and millions of plants there. So you want to find out where the source is. It's where there's the most plants, and then it's spread out from there. Now these things seed and just come up every year by themselves now for 8 years. And I'll tell you that, and these are the original ones straight from there. Now they've been here for 8 years, but they've changed a bit, but not much. But anyway, in those flowers, when you're smelling them, when they're flowering, you smell the essence of every weed you've ever smelled. I smell fruit, and I smell lime, and I smell lemon, and I smell hash, and I smell acrid, and I smell leather, and I smell wood, and I smell incense, just like you just said about just the tiny essences. And it's in every plant, a little bit different. These are the original plants. Then they spread out from there and they got selected for longer fibers, and then those are the ones that didn't auto flower anymore. But it's all the same. It's the same thing. And like Eloise said, that wood, incense, leathery, that's the real base of most cannabis, you know. And then you start getting into these different citrus and fruit of all different kinds and so on. But you get right back down, like most terpenes are gone within a couple of weeks of drying. And then, but when you get to the good varieties, these land races and hazes and all that stuff, then you get back to the base, which is a citrus, a hardwood or softwood, so cedar maybe, or a hardwood like a mahogany or something. And then these tobacco tones and leathery, you know, that's the real, when you got that as the base, then you know you're going to have something good when you're stacking something on top. And like somebody said, people didn't like that tobacco, so we bred against it. You don't want to do that. You want to grow the whole thing and just select the ones that you want without breeding out. Because if you start breeding out things like that and only selecting toward a certain thing, you're losing that's when you start to lose. You're better to grow them all, pick the ones you want, rather than just breed with the ones you want. And that's where, when you go to these big fields in Afghanistan or stuff like that, there's and like you had a very important show the other day with Angus, and Angus was saying how you can take these land races and you just pick you can go to a field of 1,000 land races, pick 3 or 4 plants that are really the nicest, take them home, inbreed them, and right away you got a bunch of plants that look just like that. You know what I mean? Because there's so much diversity in them that, like, if you take a bunch of cushes and inbreed it, it just turns into shit, right? I mean, so this is the way it goes. These, for the first few generations, will actually get better and go towards what you're really looking for. It's all in there. And but it really, I believe, all came from these auto-flowering northern Kazakhstan, Russia. It all came from that. And then, of course, they say in the Himalayas as well. But it could have developed in a couple of places at the same time.
Well, so while we're on the topic of autoflowers, like, one of the things I was watching the other day is that the autoflower trait itself is a genetic component. Like, it's actually a genetic component that takes the light switching completely away from the plant. It literally turns off that gene that makes the plant adjust to the light cycle.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it stands to like. Yeah.
There's some stuff attached to that, right? Like,
well, that's what so there's got to be points of the plant where it can pick and choose, depending on its environment, which genes it will apply, and it's got this plethora. The more you take that gene pool and you narrow it down, the less expressions it can give out. The more you open up that gene pool, the more expressions it can give out. And so, are we in trying to punch these specific flavors and stuff like that? Are we losing a lot of the genetic diversity within those? And that's,
Are you talking about, like,
for me, that's why I'm trying to inbreed some of these landrace lines into some of my hybrid stuff, is because I've noticed that I can pop one of these seeds from copycat, say, and I can find a male and a female, and then I can cross them, and they're the same. But that's not, for me as a breeder, that's not what I want. I see the place for those, from freeborn genetics. Like, I can see the place for a consistent line, but then for someone like me, like at this point, there is an abundance of ability for all of us to be able to start honing our craft in places, I think. And like, one of the things, I guess I was going to ask you, Mean Gene, I hear a lot about terpinolene, like, and it seems like no one can quite definitively give me an answer on what that flavor is. To you, terpinolene, what is that flavor like?
I mean, you can get terpinolene. So if you buy some terpinolene, you can smell it, and when you smell it, you'll go, "Fuck, that smells like train wreck," or "That smells like Amsterdam flame," or "That smells like whatever these, it smells like haze." Like, a lot of haze is really terpinolene dominant. But a lot of haze is also not, and it's very complex. Like, haze has tons of layers. Like, haze.
Did you smoke Tom Hill's Calypso?
I mean, I have it right now. Yeah, I grow
to
it.
Me, that was very terpinolene-y.
It
Kevin
is,
thought more myrcene.
Yeah, no, but we have a plant here that grows that's called vinegar weed, and it's a small plant. It gets about 6 inches tall, and it's very, very resinous. And it's like one that we use as like a practical joke. You pick it and you put it under someone's nose and you go, "Smell this really hard," and you smell it, and it's like when you smell vinegar too hard and it burns your whole head. And that particular plant, whatever kind of molecules it has, besides the part that really burns your head, which is really interesting, but it's neat because it's cool to smell something that's natural like that, that's so overwhelming that you're like, like it.
Bro, that's
really common.
The ginger vibe. I was like, ginger's like that, where like you bite in and it just like takes over wasabi. Your entire head.
Yeah, like wasabi, yeah.
But when you smoke fresh charas in the Himalayas, it'll go right up your nose like horseradish or wasabi. Yeah.
There's always stuff too that when I try here, like when we're going through a bunch of plants, if I hit the weed and it does that to me, I'm like, okay, that's good to me. That's always good weed. That weed is always strong when it like burns your whole, and it's not like a harshness. It's very much like wasabi, and you're like, ooh, we always called it nose burner. It's like sometimes
But it'll
you hit
also,
some stuff and it numbs your mouth. You're like,
I swear,
okay,
I've been nerding out recently on a nose feel as a concept, like aroma, texture, and nose feel. Like kind of what part of the nose the aromas hit, and if they dance around or if they go all the way back in the sinuses, like I'm assuming the vinegar one does. And I really think there's something to it, like how the aroma bounces around in there, and even different
Am
textures.
I the
of
only
aromas.
person hearing that burping sound?
no,
I heard it too.
it sounds
Okay.
like
I was trying to mute different people, and then I was like, maybe it's only in my headphones. All right, but it's gone now.
But doesn't terpinolene also go into like a chocolate? I've had plants that start off really heavy, like have that haze vibe, and then all of a sudden it's like chocolatey, almost coconutty.
Yeah, I mean terpinolene. That's what Tom Hill says too. Is that like the calypso? If you leave the calypso around, for a long time and it really cures out, you lose that, and it turns into more of like a burnt toffee, kind of like more of that burnt sugar, like thing to it.
Yeah,
And,
it did change. I remember that. Yeah, because I smoked it way later with someone else, and it had a totally different like smell and flavor than the last time I had smoked it, and I was like, whoa.
So the terpinolene will leave, and a lot of times when it leaves, you get a lot of the plants that produce terpinolene. So I kind of put the terpinolene plants in two general categories. There's the ones that I consider to be like thin and weak, and they remind me more of like herbal tea and carrot, and they're just not really as gnarly. And then there's the other ones where the terpinolene's a layer and they're very complex, and the calypso's like that. And that's what I'm saying. It smells to me like that plant called vinegar weed. If you can find it, I don't know how widespread it is. I just know it grows here local, and I don't even know if it's native or what. Seems like it is.
There's a whole line of ties that are like that.
Pies? P-I-E?
No, I think you said T-H-A-I.
Yeah.
Oh, ties.
The Pearl from Budgelero was the first time I've ever had terpinolene as a background note. And I forgot how long they said they had aged it. It was like 12,
I have a line of
12 or 14 months. And I mean, it was terpinolene as a background note is so nice. It's like, I wish I could have experienced that more often, like spicy, cool shit up front.
Not me. I swear. I'm drinking coffee and I burp all the time. It's not on the mic.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Andy's pointing to. Are you owning it? Is it? You think it's coming from you? I mean, I don't hear it right now. I have you muted.
I don't think it's burping. It is some kind of strange sound. That it sounds.
Yeah,
like
no one's. It's like someone's audio's glitching. It's like
Yeah.
someone's trying to talk, but it's all gargled.
It's like we're playing.
But I love that every person watching was like, "Is everybody hearing that?
Sounds
or
like an
only
evil
Is
presence
something
too.
wrong with my earphones?"
No, that was
Somebody's playing Black Sabbath album backwards.
That's the terpinolene.
I wanted to touch on something that Dwight mentioned about
This guy making fun of us.
glasses and stuff having the right shape or the right size to.
As soon as you talk terpinolene, everything goes mad.
Yeah.
Right.
So basically, like when it comes to the chemistry of smell, right? Like you've all sort of pinched your nose and tried to taste something, right? You can't taste it as well. Most of the olfactory process happens at the back of the throat. So the flavor molecules need to be wicked or sort of brought from whatever surface into your respiratory tract and up into the back of your sinuses where you're able to detect them. And it's sort of like a triangulation process where between your tongue and these hairs called cilia in the back of your nose. And with certain aromas and stuff. Like some of you might have like relatives who are into like essential oils or something. Like those are pure terpenes. If you stick your nose to some of those, they will burn your nose. You've probably also noticed how perfume, when it's
when
like
when I
sprayed,
use the eucalyptus spray in the shower and you get this super close smell and you're like, whoa.
exactly
But
right,
then it kind
exactly,
of chills out.
exactly. Probably the best way to describe this is when you spray a perfume on your skin versus on your clothes versus in the air. And so it's not just about the interactions, and the interactions are, countless interactions happening at once. It's also about the concentrations. And so certain chemicals like terpinolene or whatever will have completely different, will be perceived completely different based on the relative concentration that they have in a particular mass. So even the same weed will smell quite different based on where it is along the drying and the curing process. I mean, this is like a sort of basic fact that we all know.
Right.
I also wanted to touch a little bit about on the ancestral aromas that you were talking about. The it's been touched about in the comments, like the mango and then the carrot. I think that the mango carrot sort of spectrum is really what dominates most tropical cannabis. And there's absolutely some sort of funky stuff that comes up, as we talked about, maybe from deep within the gene pool. Sometimes these traits sort of correlate across continents. But really, fundamentally, what you get is the sort of the primary building blocks of aromas, which are going to be found in the fresh plant itself, and then what the consumer actually smells, which is in the dried flowers. And there's a huge gap between that. And especially when we're talking about the older stuff like chocolate Thai, etc., like this stuff was in transit for a long time. And when people were picking it up and smelling it and describing chocolate aromas, like I'm a little bit of a loss, put it this way. When I hear you guys talking about like chocolate terpenes in weed, like I've never smelled anything like that. I've smelled a lot of chocolate aromas in dried weed, however. And to me, that makes way more sense. It's something that happens primarily to this mango carrot spectrum, that as it ages, it develops into this sort of leathery chocolate mushroom sort of characteristic. And that can't really, as far as I know, that can't really happen like in the fresh plant. Like there's only so many combinations of molecules in order to produce these flavors, and the key is not adding more molecules or taking them away. The key is actually time, right? Like the factor of time is a real it's really important in how we perceive these smells. And so I just want us to keep that in mind when we're discussing in particular the older aromas, because time was such a big factor in how we perceive these aromas.
Absolutely. And that's even like what I've,
Like
you know, what I talk about, like going from this like terpinolene to chocolate. Like it really is like the older it gets, the more the chocolate comes out, right? It's this real sharp, almost citrusy kind of thing. And then, you know, as it goes through, the finishes kind of evening out its moisture, you start cracking open the bag and you start like, it gets more complex. You're like, oh, there's like some chocolate in there. And then, God, I remember I opened it up one time and it was like chocolate pina colada. There was no sharpness whatsoever. It was like sticking my nose into like this really creamy coconut. I was like, whoa. And it just kept getting deeper the longer I let it go. But it absolutely, like right off the plant, it was very sharp, almost gassy, but not. It was just, I just associate that specific smell with terpinolene. And yeah, it just slowly goes away. And that's why I'm like, is it transforming or is the terpinolene leaving and that's what's left behind? That's what I try to like wrap my brain around. Like me and Gene, you were kind of talking about like it's slowly gassing off and kind of losing, not necessarily elements, but just changing. Is that kind of?
Well, I think there's so many complex interactions. So you have certain things that are just products of oxidation, and then you have other things that are products of degrading from moisture, which I think was probably common with like old imported stuff. I don't really have any experience with like weed as a product that was like old, like chocolate Thai or anything like that. I've seen like a certain amount of brickweed and stuff, and I saw like Thai weed back in the day that was bricked, that was had no smell to speak of. The high was insane. It would just make you like laugh on the floor, you know, but it wasn't like you couldn't say anything about what the plant had been because it was just so degraded. But I think like most things start with like a basic starting point, and when over like all the populations of everything that I've ever seen, it seems to be that like in, say you have a giant brick of weed from Mexico and the seed has not been bred specifically, it'll be like there's the ones where they're like more like myrcene dominant or more terpinolene dominant. And so like people talk about that with the haze. You either have this one or you have that one. And then there's all these things that are on it. And I think when it sits, that we haven't really had a chance to see what happens when you leave all the molecules together. So I think certain ones probably have chemical reactions that make new things. And I know that some different things that they call new terpenes, like Frenchie always talked about, like
I have.
you know, like it's this thing where it's these other terpenes and they basically degrade into new molecules because they lose a little of this or a little of that. And then I think some of them probably recombine as well, because when you take things and put them together and they have varying level, you know, they're all these different little hydrocarbon chains. And
So like,
that
kind of, so
almost
they
probably
evaporate
like
off a little bit and then
makes sense.
condense back together and set back with the weed. So they're gassing off. You're leaving them in a contained space, so they gas off, condense back together, make a new molecule, and essentially combine back with the herb.
Yeah, and it's sitting on itself in a mass. So you can imagine if you were to just like sit in your kitchen and just like sit there, like, and you have these different things, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna mix dish soap with ketchup with this, with that. Like you're gonna get right away before any processes really happen. There's gonna be these weird mixes of things that happen that'll be perceived differently, and then I think probably things wind up. I mean, like I said, I don't know, but I would imagine that when you take these things, they're so chemically complex in there that they probably wind up making new weird things. I've noticed it with like different weed, like my Cherry West has like a huge amount of different terpenes in it, way more than what's normal. And it has terpinolene. And if you let it sit for a long time, what'll happen is that you won't be able to really tell the terpinolene is terpinolene anymore, but it'll be there. But it'll make it smell like sour candy and like floor cleaner and all this stuff, where initially you recognize it as weed terpinolene right on the top layer, with all this complexity underneath of watermelon and lemon and skunk and weird, all kinds of crazy stuff. Like kind of smells like everything. And then it'll lose that top note of terpinolene. And I think, like you mentioned, I think part of it is that I think some of it does leave. And then I think part of it also is that it just kind of, there's this hodgepodge of all these things. And as they sit together, I think they start to kind of cook each other into a new recipe in a sense, to where you also get that happening. And then like there's the whole thing like Frenchie had mentioned, where you get these things that are the products of oxidation, where all of a sudden now you have a new compound, which when they actually test it, it shows up as being a new hydrocarbon, which didn't exist in the original product. I think there's like a whole complex thing happening that's a bunch with aging.
And also medicinal.
Yeah, and we don't really, that's what's so trippy is all this stuff, like we don't really know. I mean, there's way more science on all this stuff than I'm aware of. Like there's always a lot of shit that a lot of people know that no given person knows. But also, I think even if you have the best minds in fragrance in the world, and you ask them about the chemical interactions between all of these different hydrocarbon chains that are in the weed that make all, you know, and like, because now people are starting to finally realize like, oh, aldehydes, ketones, all these different weird things. It's like, well, then all of a sudden you go, oh, so people would think, oh, well, you can't get vanilla because it's not so, or you can't get whatever this thing is because it's not terpene based. And weed, it's terpenes. And then you discover, no, weed actually produces ketones. It produces ester. It produces all these different.
Someone in the way earlier in the chat was talking about, and this is a thing I always thought was cool, is every other plant has like a couple terpenes it can produce, yet this plant is a plant that like is like I can do all of them.
Yeah.
Well, you can actually
About
quantify
also
that.
these other compounds, it can do a whole bunch of them.
You can
It's
quantify that.
a super plant.
So they can say, for example, that like in wine, there's like something like 20,000 possible sort of like flavors and smells, whereas in tea, it's something more like 2 million. And that's purely based on the diversity of like processing, the genetics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Someone in the comments pointed out that terpinolene might be like the umami of cannabis. And I just wanted to add what you were saying, Gene, because I found it really interesting. I personally can't speak much about the molecular changes that are happening, but as far as like the science of the perception of the smell and the taste, I'd like to add a little something, which is that umami is really misunderstood. You know, it's thought of as like savoriness, which some people equate to like mushrooms or something like that, which isn't really the case. Like what umami is, if you think of flavor as like a graph, and you think of like something like high acidity as being like a sharp spike, right? Whereas like I don't know, like a flavored water would just be like a little low, a little low thing. What umami does is it smooths the curves out and it provides like a more sort of cohesive experience, which a lot of people really struggle to express in words. And we directly equate that to complexity in the finished product, right? So a lot of people hate on stuff like Coca-Cola and ketchup, right? There's a lot of snobs out there, but they've got teams of food scientists out there who for decades have been perfecting these recipes. And what's really interesting about it is if you think about it, you can't quite describe the taste of Coca-Cola, nor can you really describe the taste of Pepsi. And what's interesting about that is that you actually can't quite remember it either. And so every single time you drink it, it feels somewhat novel. And Coca-Cola built like decades worth of marketing on this. Like it's like sort of the core of how this product has been so successful has been how sort of elusive and slippery it is on the tongue and in the mind.
It's dark and mysterious.
Yes, exactly, right? Like it's sort of, and when you see that effect also with ketchup, when you add ketchup to food, it sort of muddies everything, and you just get a new flavor that comes out of it. And so, whether there's some new hydrocarbon chains or some sort of novel compounds being that may or may not be, but certainly how we perceive like the mass is absolutely novel. And one of the comments mentioned that maybe terpinolene is like the umami of cannabis, and it just really sort of resonated with me. I always sort of thought of, correct me if I'm wrong, terpinolene is also sort of the aroma of hash in a sense, like loosely put.
No, I mean terpinolene, I would, if I was going to put it in terms of those kind of flavors, I would say, I mean, I would say that for most people's perception, terpinolene would be the opposite of umami. I would say that in terms of if you were to see like where it stands as far as where it exists, if you were to look at like a graph of existence of terpenes, it would be in there kind of going across everything, but that it's more, I usually liken it to something like garlic or cilantro or
mint.
If you hate it, it ruins
citronella.
You can't
like
just
strong and
things that are
dominating
umami,
early and then
could,
mellows out over time.
Yeah, things that are umami, you can kind of like sneak a little paprika in anything, and people they don't really know what it is because it's kind of just adds a little bit of depth to it. The same with like, that's why mushrooms are kind of known as an umami thing. Like you can add it, you're like, I made spaghetti and it tasted a little bit flat, and then I added a little bit of salt and a little bit of mushrooms, and now it didn't taste like tomato sauce anymore. Now it tasted like spaghetti. Like it kind of rounds it out and stuff. Terpinolene is more like
it's like grassy pine.
I mean, you could describe it that it's very chemical. It's very much like it smells
citronella.
You would use.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It smells like a solvent. It smells like something that you would use to clean something. Like it would melt the shit off of whatever you put it on. It's very much like it's really like high frequency to me. It's
my mind correlates terpinolene to turpentine just because the names sound so familiar. But I just quickly internet searched it, and what comes up is piney, fresh, floral, herby, citrusy, slightly sweet or fruity, and then it goes on to say like electric pine citrus incense smell, commonly
Hash.
associated with like Jack Herer, Durban, and
It
Haze type
just
families.
smells real volatile. Like
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
soon as it
So,
hits you, it kind of makes your nose burn for a second.
It smells like
so
chemicals to me. You know,
But
that's how it strikes me. And I really love some stuff that has it, and some stuff I don't. And I like it when it's more intense and overwhelming and over the top. And it strikes a lot of people. So the big difference between an analysis of a lemon and a lime is that the lime has terpinolene and the lemon almost doesn't. So, and terpinolene, it only takes a tiny bit to make people perceive the smell as being entirely terpinolene. So, like, there's a big thing, like in the market in California with weed, where if anything has a little bit of terpinolene, you can't sell it. It just becomes unsellable because it makes it smell so much like old weed from the old days. It's like makes it be the complete opposite of the candies and the cushes. So when people smell terpinolene in California, if it's a big weed buyer and they show up, and all they have to do is get 5 feet away from a bag of anything with just a tiny bit of terpinolene in it, and they'll go, nope. And that they'll associate that with like Jack and Snowcap. And the reason why those things, I think, and Trainwreck was like the probably the queen of terpinolene, and those things turned people off, I think, at a certain point when they were the things that were really easy to mass produce at a time when people wanted things that were really hard to mass produce, like Purple Urkel and OG Kush. And so like there became this divide where as soon as buyers would smell it, if the terpinolene was there, nobody wanted it. Whereas if you go to Colorado, if it smells like terpinolene, it's probably going to be an instant hit. And then if you go to Europe, terpinolene, there's no derogatory connotation with terpinolene, but it can be a really cool ingredient. Like the reason why like my lime smells like lime and not lemon is because there's a little bit of terpinolene. But people who like Kush and hate Jack will smell the lime and they smell Kush, but it smells limey because there's such a tiny amount of terpinolene that it's really similar to the amount that your nose detects in the difference between lime and lemon. And lime and lemon are like kind of, it's kind of the same. But if you like lime and you don't like lemon, then that tiny bit of terpinolene is most of the difference of what's making you like lime over lemon. But if there's a lot of it, then it wouldn't smell like lime at all. But in most weed, when people smell, like we judged a cup down here this year, and one of the ladies there that was judging smelled an entry that wound up being, I think it was a Jack. And when she smelled it, she goes, ooh, lime. And I was like, I just smelled terpinolene. And she was like, but it smells like Thai lime, like kaffir lime, you know? And I was like, I understand, because I know that thing, and I've smelled the lemon lime terpinolene weed, like that is what everyone, like there's a Chernobyl cut that smells to me like Trainwreck and everyone calls it lime slurpee. It's very, very limey. But like, I was like, hang on. And I ended up giving her a bud later of some of my double limes, which has the tiniest amount of terpinolene. Only dude I know, Shiloh Massive, was the only person who ever smelled it and could tell that there was terpinolene in it. Everyone else smells limey Kush. Like Tom Hill was like, it's like OG. But Shiloh was extra sensitive, and to him it smelled like terpinolene, and he could tell the lime was there. But it typically gives people the impression, in my experience, of lemon lime. But to me, I don't usually ever really get that. So it's trippy because depending on who you are, it's either like this terribly offensive turnoff smell that makes it be like, this isn't good weed, I don't like this kind of weed. Or it's this thing where people go, ooh, okay, like Caleb from CSI, if you ask him his favorite profile, he's like, I like the terpinolines, all the ones that are real terpinolene. But if you buy his seeds and it had it in there and you didn't know, people are like instantly like, this is garbage. It smells like terpinolene, you know? So it's very polarizing because it is a really in your face, easily detected over the top note in everything. Whereas like I would consider something that's an umami to be more, that would be like what I would say like Hindu is. Like
That's
where,
what I was gonna say. More hashy. Like umami
yeah, like
seems like more of that hash where like it just the flavor's like really progressive, but it's just such a smooth transition. It's not so like sharp, hit you in the face. It
I
just
feel like
seems
blonde
more,
hash is sharp,
sour kinda.
yeah, I
like
can see that.
dry sift.
Damn, that was a great explanation, though.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that's how it strikes me, and that's like there's a trippy thing here. It's so weird because there's some really good things that I'll smell, and I'll be like, no, this is a good terpinolene. And people who don't like it, it just doesn't matter. It's like if you don't like garlic in your food, or you don't like cilantro, if there's something that you just really can't stand, it's that. It's like it's there's a lot of things where people will be like, somebody doesn't like the smell of Skittles, but then if you mix it with some motor breath or something, and then they get it and they smell it, they go, ooh, that's like that candy thing, but it's got some gas. I like it. But with people who don't like terpinolene, there's like no way to spoon feed it to them with a new twist.
I'm glad that both with weed and food, I'm down with anything. Like I'm thinking like food, even like super bitter greens. Like some people are like, or like red onions or
enjoy the bitterness.
Mushrooms or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, so it's interesting because you guys
play with all those flavors and profiles and like put them together and like.
Yeah, and it's all interesting. Yeah. And
it's all just subjective to the.
But so you talked about like the coriander, which is genetic, right? There's a component in your genes, but I think a lot of the other stuff is very cultural. I don't know, like, have you guys heard about like in wine? There's this aroma we call barnyard, which is down to an overgrowth of bacteria caused by bad hygiene, basically. And because in the U.S. it's all about health and safety laws, you have to like spray down all your
flavor.
No, the opposite. It's unacceptable. Like you like really struggle to sell wines with this flavor in the US, and it's also even like hard to produce. But then eventually it goes full circle, and some like dudes up in Oregon like start producing some wine with like super heavy barnyard aromas, and it's like, and if you look at the comments here, it's the exact same thing. Like it's already reproducing. Like people are calling terpinolene the connoisseur's terpene, you know, like the certain cultures appreciating values different things, I guess, you know.
Yeah. It's like stinky cheese.
Exactly.
Some people will be like, cheese. Ooh, like I love it. Medium cheddar, okay. Sharp cheddar, no. And you're like, this is just cheddar cheese. This is
my heaven would be
cheese.
A glass of port, stinky cheese and bread, a cigar, and some good weed.
Yeah. And cigars taste horrible.
And a fireplace in front of me.
I love
tobacco. When are you inviting us round?
I love tobacco, and the best cigars I've ever seen, they all smell like dog shit. They smell like literal dog shit to me. I'm just like, I can't appreciate it. But I've smoked tobacco and loved it I don't smoke anymore, but I smoked for probably almost 10 years, and I love tobacco. And I always thought, oh, if I get a really good cigar, then I'll understand. I'm not getting a good one. And the better they are, the more they just smell and taste like dog shit to me. Can't stand it. They're disgusting.
I like cigars.
And I love tobacco. So it's a funny thing because it's all subjective, you know? Yeah.
Did we lose Dwight a while ago? Josh, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
There are two Joshes.
Oh, okay.
Yellowhammer Josh.
Yeah, I can.
Peter, that was like walking to a table and go, hi, how you doing? Hey, oh no, not you, her.
Your friend. I'm not talking to you.
Sorry, Josh. He's like, I'm fucking out of here, dude.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so terpinolene I don't have a lot of super experience with, but I just wanted to pipe in a little bit. I've got a few cuts that are really heavy. Terpinolene, like a Jack Herod cut, is so pungent, it's ridiculous. You can get a little bit of that lemon lime up front, And then it's really hard for me to describe the aromas of the terpenoline. There's a putridness on that in that Jack. And then we jump into like an old cut of Durban poison that we have, and it is extremely subtle lemon and like sandalwood, and then there's an extreme pungentness that the best I can describe it as like if you guys ever cooked with sesame oil, you need like a teaspoon in a full dish, and it just completely palate coats everything. That's about what it is like. It's like a peanut sesame oil on how it grows and dries and cures. It's pretty wild. So it's kind of shown me the range a little bit of terpenoline. And then Chimera did a terpenoline line called Schnauzelberry, and it is just so pungent that it's too much for me to handle. I don't really enjoy like that pureness of it. It's almost like having the essential oil in the plant.
Oh, it's wild when you really lean into it. Like Gene was talking about CSI, Caleb over at CSI. Like I got a hold of some flower from his Chem S1 work, and dude, there was stuff that was straight like turpentine. Like it straight up like tasted like paint thinner. Like halfway through the joint, you just, I don't know, it literally just tasted like you were licking a wall that somebody had just put paint thinner on. It was so
Too much.
chemmy and sharp.
Was
like
that like the Chem 4 or the Chem D?
It was like Chem D times the 4 or something like that.
Okay.
It was
because the 91.
I think it was the 91 to D. Because I kept telling my buddy brought it over, labeled as 91 times D, and I hit him up. I was like, "Bro, that 91 times sour was fire." He was like, "No, that's the 91 on the Chem D," and it was like the pheno he brought over, dude, was so foxtaily it looked like a crown. You know what I mean? Like the top of it looked like a crown, and I remember rolling that thing up, and it was straight up like turpentine, like paint thinner, and it shook your face, man, the whole time ripping that joint, even a dry hit, and then all the way through, your face is like starting to burn, your nose, and then your eyes are like, it's not like cotton mouth for your eyes, but they're like stinging. So you like can't keep them open while you're smoking a joint. And then by the time you're done, it just tastes like turpentine in your mouth.
Trippy.
And that was like, yeah, that to me, I was like, oh, this is like what happens when you really lean into that like chemi, terpenoline, just like pine kind of vibe. So fire. Like that shit was so strong. But I think it comes a lot with that, like, when you lean into that sharp pungentness of terpenoline, I think it takes you into that like chem sour range, right?
So the 91 S1s I grew and the Chem D S1s I grew, and there's no terpenoline in those. That's why I was thinking maybe 4, because the 4 is the one that's known to be more chemically. And I never grew the 4 by itself, but I did grow a hybrid of the Star Dog, because that's in the Black Lime Reserve that we made. And in there's a lot of chemical, but it's not terpenoline chemical as much. But I could see that if you were to have the straight Chem 4 and cross stuff with it, that it would be that it could definitely go in that direction, because it smelled like just chemicals, you know. It was so gnarly. The Chem 91 S1s, I think I had 21 of them, and I still have one of them. Very much like what a sour diesel is, where it's more that like metallic earth, hint of coffee, like more like what Chem 91. They're all actually really similar to Chem 91, which was cool. And the S1 that I kept breathed better than the 91 mom when I crossed it with the same male. So that was cool. But
yeah, I ditto on the 91 S1s. I didn't find any of the terpenoline stuff in that. It was very much,
and I may have
very much like the
misassociated
cut,
it, like,
and then there was a random like 1 in 10, 1 in 20, really skunky cut too. A skunky offspring in that 91 S1.
Great funky skunky. Those are great seeds, the 91.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would imagine probably if you asked your buddy, it probably had the 4 and the
Peter just showed it, right?
And the 4 the 4 is chemically, and I remember Caleb CSI after he grew the 4 and the other ones, like I can't remember the ones that aren't the 91's the oldest one, and the other seeds are supposed to be the exact same thing. But he was like, I think the other ones might have been like a cross of like the NL5 Haze or something. And so you say that makes me go, oh, probably getting some plants like the one you described are probably what led him to believe that it's different parentage than the original Chem 91, because the 91 is so far from being something that has terpinolene, and the NL5 Haze is like full of terpinolene. So I'd imagine that probably he probably had seen the same kind of shit that you were seeing.
Right. Well, and my buddy is like, dude, he's nuts on the chem thing, and he loves CSI's work. So there's a good chance it could have been the Chem 4, because I know he was like rocking that whole line. He brought over like 8 jars that day, and I remember one of them saying 4 on it, and I just assumed it was his number 4. But I can't now. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, he said it about everything except the 91. He was like, I think the 4, the 1, I think there's a 3, the D. He was like, those all seem like there's something different than the 91. And then that led a lot of people to speculate that like ChemDog had said, oh, they're all the same, but they really weren't. The story's not true, and they weren't the original seeds. And I always try to remind people that this was 91, so this is essentially 80s weed. And back then, when we put weed in the bag, it didn't all have to even come from the same plant. It could have been from one garden, and there could have been multiple pollen donors. They could have been from different seeds in the first place, or they could have been different individuals from the same cross that were in there. And when you breed anything, you find that every individual, it takes a new direction. That's why all the 1-to-1 breedings, when you bottleneck stuff, is so crazy, because you wind up with the tiniest slice of the gene pool. And so it's always funny because people are like, oh, well, the ones from the 4 weren't the same as the ones from the 91. And I'm like, yeah, but they could have easily been an ounce of, the ounce could have had, 13 different plants in one weed. People don't think about that now because it's so standard to always have weed from clone and have one clone. But even if you were growing clones in the early 90s, you could have just cut down all your clones, put them all on a wire, bucked them all down in random order, put them all in one garbage bag, and then weighed out pounds from that. And it would all be mixed together. There's no reason to keep everything separate back in the day. It was just all
well, and that's
together,
why you saw the explosion in the early 2000s of like clone only. All of a sudden everything from like 2001 to like 2012 was like clone only, clone only, clone only, clone only, like.
Yeah, because your product looks so premium. It's like, wait, so you're saying when I open the pound, every bud comes from the same thing? Before that, it was like very standard that pounds, like I saw a lot of pounds in the 90s, and all the way until the 2000s, it was pretty standard that you'd be like, ooh, this looks like it's the same as this over here. If you wanted to pull out, you could trade in weed. You could be like, I got this other ounce. It's not as good. I'll just throw this in the pound and pull out an ounce of this weed. And nobody ever cared. It wasn't a thing until the whole, and then, yeah, I mean, I've talked about this before, but of course there was always people who had pounds that were, Chem or Diesel or Northern Lights or AK-47 or Blueberry or whatever. But but they didn't hold a premium. It was like, this costs $5,000 and this costs $5,000. So who cares, So stuff was mixed up a lot, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's always real quick before I just zone out. My buddy brought over this shit. It's called Dabble. It's I'm not
back it out a tiny bit, pull it back.
Double.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna be able to pronounce this, but it's lyophilized, LYOPHILIZED, live rosin powder. and you just put this shit on your tongue, and it dissolves. Oh shit!
Uh-oh. Snort it quick.
I know, right? But it's just like this powder, and like a level scoop. No, I'm just joking. Level scoop is 5 milligrams. You just dump it on your tongue, and it tastes like decarbed rosin.
Interesting.
And what's in that one? Is that a high THC or a mix or a 1-to-1 or a?
This is Hakstuai. It's just a regular high THC dispo model thing. A buddy
So
who
it's
works
basically
in,
like. So it's absorbed through the mouth, right? Through
Yeah.
the okay.
Yeah.
So it's
But
fast
it's like-
acting.
I'm not sure how that, but you can like dissolve it in water. It's like not nano though. It's live rosin, but
I'm
it's
just
not
thinking that
nano.
it'd be cool to like the difference between smoking something, taking an edible of the same thing that goes through your liver or like through the skin barrier. Be interesting to try the same strain like 3 different ways and be like, how does it affect me in way 1, 2, and 3?
Same
Mhm.
milligrams. Yeah. It dissolves more. Is it made to dissolve?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
It's
like a
like
tongue strip
as
kinda
soon as
thing.
it hits your tongue, it's gone.
So you could use that too. That's probably like what people are putting in a lot of the beverages.
I think so, but
It's a good travel tool.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, it's the first time I've seen anything that like that from a live rosin product.
Yeah.
Like usually it's like a distillate or like gone through this, and that's why I was like, I don't know what the lyophilized process is, but yeah, it tastes like a rosin gummy minus all the
Yeah.
sugar and additives. It just tastes like
Ah, right. Oh, it's the
Yep.
same. It's the same thing as. Yeah, I'm blanking on what's the exact name. Travis. He'll hopefully throw it in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, we used to make a very similar thing out of isolate. But basically, you freeze dry the hash. Like you do your ice water extraction, you take it and then you freeze dry it, and then the lyophilization process is usually combined with it can be combined with a couple of different things. You can do a nano emulsification, which is what most people are doing for like the drinks and stuff. They're doing just the nano emulsification, usually with a sonicator and some type of emulsifier. There's some natural oils and things out there. A lot of them are synthetic though. And it basically just takes the THC molecule or cannabinoid molecule and makes it really small. And then because it's hydrophobic, it will become encapsulated in basically a small bubble of oil. And the surface tension of that holds it together, makes it so it can disperse. It's not really dissolved, but is more of an emulsive or colloidal, if you will. And
it's
then,
so weird. It looks
Yeah.
like loose heads on my finger.
yeah,
But
I
when
mean,
go to
essentially, it's what
press
it is.
Like
But
I could squish it into a mass of resin.
Have you snorted it?
It won't turn into a pile of hash like it would if
Yeah.
it was loose heads.
I would-
Peter,
Empress.
I've been thinking about it heavily. Yeah,
Would
this is the
bet-
same thing as
I'm
ampersand.
supportive.
yeah, I would bet
But,
money
it's-
that
feels
is
like wet sand.
Yeah, I would bet money
Oily.
that's a cyclodextrin complex, and so they use this. It's basically like a little powder that does the same thing as the oil, encapsulate it, and then so it like allows it to become miscible in water. And
Yep.
that's so like when you put it on your tongue, it just completely dissolves and it crosses that mucosal membrane and gets basically directly into your bloodstream. Like you could put it under your tongue like a sublingual, and within seconds, it's going to go directly into your bloodstream. Help bypass that first pass phase of the liver, which is going to
increase the bioavailability like 80%. So a little bit will go a long way. It's pretty cool tech.
Just feeling this, I know bump tech would work. I think it would jack up your sinuses a little bit, but you could definitely bump tech this.
Oh man.
Why?
I don't know why you would, but because there's mucous membranes and this stuff literally like dissolves as soon as it touches your tongue, it's gone. And like I said, I've been playing with it with my fingers and it just feels oily. It feels like loose heads, it's oily, and it's like more structurally sound. So it doesn't press. Like it looks like it would turn into a mass of resin if you squished it, but it's not. It just looks like this greasy sand.
What brand was that? What brand selling it?
This is called Dibble Dabble. It comes from a dispo. You can get it out of a dispo here called Kush Gardens is what was on this one. Like I said, my buddy who works over a garden called the Flower Collective, he's like, we just started doing this. I was like, what is it? He's like, I don't know how to describe it. And then when he brought me some, I was like, oh, this is like the ampersand stuff. I was like, this is kind of wild. Like I've heard about it. And so he brought those samples yesterday and I just started playing with them this morning. And I was like, oh, this is kind of wild. Like it's a weird thing. It feels so crazy to me because I'm expecting it to be sticky and it's not. It's like real, like you were saying, Josh, it's real oily. And it feels like wet sand.
Yeah, they probably encapsulated it in some kind of stabilized, oil that is not necessarily water soluble, but like not as hydrophobic as cannabinoids are. Like cannabinoids are strictly hydrophobic, will not dissolve in water to any degree. But they will dissolve in oils that will dissolve in water, and that can make them much more water,
Okay, so they're dissolving it in the oil, then freeze drying the oil.
Basically, yeah. Or it could be that they're freeze drying the rosin, and then putting it in a process, like mixing in with the oil. Now, yeah, I think you're right about that. Now that I think through the process, they probably make the rosin. They may freeze dry that, then mix that with the oil because they want to freeze dry that to remove all of the water that they possibly could to prevent contamination when they mix it with their emulsifier. But either way, it's still pretty cool tech. If you can put that on your tongue and it just kind of melts away, and that's
completely gone.
Yeah, that's pretty
Pixie
neat.
Sticks.
Yeah.
Well, and it's wild.
How's it going, Dr. Mark? Mic check.
Can we hear you?
How about now?
Coming in good.
Now?
Yep.
Okay.
Appreciate
everyone
your
doing?
time on this beautiful summer day. The fellows were talking about essentially aroma. There we go.
Yeah, so I'm on the shores of Lake Champlain, so you can see where I live. It looks really nice anyway. Anyway. Can you see it? There's a lake over there. There's the lake. Okay.
Very groovy.
So you can see what I'm looking at.
Beautiful.
What are you guys talking about today?
Kind of a bunch of all kinds of stuff. We were going down this aroma rabbit hole.
So I'd say aroma transition, like essentially what's happening where you got paged initially was what's happening to the aromas as time goes by and things transition or get lost. And I believe the hypothesis was there's like a combination of things going on that Jackson was mentioning. He was saying maybe some things were off-gassing, some things were converting, and some things were kind of just degrading and coming in at different levels. And there was a slew of topics, but I believe that's initially why your expertise was brought in.
Okay. I'll see if I can help.
Let's rock.
All right. So yeah. So what's the question exactly?
What's going on as flower transitions aroma over time? Like, what's exactly the chemical processes that are happening from a freshly cut plant to a perfectly cured plant to like a 2-year aged plant under prime conditions?
Okay,
Like,
so you're talking about post-harvest here.
correct.
Yes.
And specifically how things change and get lost, or different things just appear out of nowhere. Like, what's exactly going on with all that?
Well, it's very, very, like everything in cannabis, very, very, very cultivar dependent, but even within the single cultivar, your growing technique and how you trim, and are you growing for oil? Are you growing for, jar appeal, pounds under the light, what's your so introduce all of those variabilities now.
So
we're
specifically, I'd say it was terpinolene, and what's happening with terpinolene as it like comes and goes or transitions into potential chocolate.
Treating it as a smokable flower. We're not talking about treating it for hash production on fresh frozen or edibles. We're really looking at like, we've harvested this and we're going through our standard drying, curing process, and storing it for an extended period of time, and kind of watching how terpinolene turns into this massive, widespread, of everything that we seem to find. Like, it's almost, I think somebody said a blanket terpene, or it's like the root foundation of almost a lot, kind of like mice myrcene is.
Yeah, terpinolene in particular has got several isomeric cousins, right? So there's terpinolene, there's philandrine, there's depending on, so there's 2 double bonds in the molecule, and those 2 double bonds could be between any number of different carbons, and all those changes the topology and the shape of the molecule, and it changes how your nose and your taste sensations senses it. So terpinolene in particular can react over time with oxygen to make oxygenated terpene. So terpinolene is a really interesting example. Like limonene, it strictly is a terpene, but what you'll find is that, so there's sort of like post-harvest, there's sort of 2 major processes that happen to plant material, right? There's the drying of the material, which is the wholesale removal of water, right? So water, in terms of the mass and the content, is a lot of just unassociated water. So there's 2 different kinds of water in the plant, right? There's bound water, and then there's freely exchangeable water. And like most cellulosics, cellulose itself is hygroscopic, right? It'll absorb water, and wood, like woody cellulosics are really interesting because they have open cell structures, right? So the cell structures within the plant itself, right, is because there's a phloem and a xylem that connects the roots between the upper parts of the plant. That's the important plumbing that the plant uses to exchange nutrients and water between the root zone and likewise from the canopy down into the major stem of the plant. But so the second phase, which often is overlooked in commercial production of cannabis, is curing, right, which is distinct from drying. So drying, I always just simply think of drying as you're hanging the plants to remove water. Now, in that water removal, you do lose a fair amount of terpenes, and you could see that just if you look at the results of fresh frozen terpene content versus dried terpene content. And it's the reason why when we first started extracting, oh God, I'm now going back 10, 15 years more like, right? When we first started making shatter, right? Because people were extracting, dried material. And now because you've lost that terpene load, and you can't kind of help that during the drying phase, because if you're going to be drying your cannabis flower for flower production and then making a selection for, we're going to be using that for flower sales. It's got good jar appeal. It's got good nose.
So that's kind of the start of the transformation. Is that
yeah. But
what's
I think
kicked
so.
off
The
during
curing is kind of like the lost art. So what Skunk Man Sam used to say is like when he used to harvest skunk number one, if he just dried it to where he was getting snapping stalks, right? And that's usually like the kind of OG way, right? Once your stalks snap, you got weed ready to smoke, right? So at that point, it was still very, very harsh skunk number one. He claimed that you had to do at least a 4 to 6 month cure of that dried material before you really mellowed out the flavor. So to answer your question is, in that curing step, yeah, there's probably oxidation that's happening to that terpenol. So terpenol, or any one of the terpenes, even myrcene and these other terpenes. So you guys all know the story of hashishene, right? Hashishene is the terpenoid that's formed when myrcene on the outer skin of hash is exposed to light. So
Yeah,
these
somebody had
terpenes
mentioned
are
that earlier.
reactive and they will react. And I'm sure in that curing step, you're probably converting a lot of both limonene and terpinolene into other terpenoids and terpene alcohols. That's changing the flavor and the essence.
And that's something that only happens over time. You can't rush that process. You can't.
And that has to be distinct from the drying process, because in the drying, you're just desiccating the plant, right? You're just a wholesale removal of water is different than curing, because in curing, now you no longer have that amount of moisture and water in the plant. There still is a little water. And if you look at some of the, so if you think about, again, terpenol in particular, if terpenol or if terpinolene ice or reacts with water, it makes terpenol, right? And so you could imagine that, again, like over a period of time, some of these more reactive and fugitive terpenes can become starting materials for other terpenols.
Okay, so in the essence of, like, we've dried the plant, we put it in our jar to cure. It's still got we can still smell some terpinolene on it as it's going in the jar, and it's doing its evening out of the moisture, and we're cracking the jar and we're losing some moisture, but we're trapping in what would essentially be terpenol.
Well,
point,
it's
right?
yeah. So if you take terpinolene and you react it with water, you can make terpenol. Terpenol has a very interesting fragrance as opposed to terpinolene. Terpinolene is that Jack's cleaner, that real heavy gas, but terpenol is more piney and has more of like a turpentine kind of essence to it.
Is it water soluble, or
no?
It's like other essential oils? It's not.
It might be a little. So the by putting the all in there, the terpene all, it makes an alcohol, and you know that alcohols can have some water solubility, like ethanol and methanol. But yeah, terpenol has very, very little water solubility, but probably more water soluble than terpinolene, which has no hydroxyl functional group on it at all.
So what would
you speculate the timeline is like on something like this, Dr. Mark? Like, I'd imagine after 10 years, the flower isn't going to combust the same, but it takes 12 to 18 months. You see where I'm going? Like, what would you speculate is like the ideal timeline for these transitions in flavor, for terpinolene specifically?
I got no data. I mean, I think
just wild speculation, I'd say maybe it's like under 2 years, like 18 months.
Well,
like 2.5 years. I don't know.
So I think, like, I'm just thinking about the biggest data set I've seen on this was, Cami Cannoli shared Frenchie's data that I think he had stuff that he had aged for 2 years. And what you find is that, again, like, you're going to lose.
That was hash, though.
It was hash, right? So that doesn't really count, right? Okay. So, but I don't know. Has anyone ever done that with weed?
I
You
think
know?
your big factors on it too that you'd have to take into account would be like when you know, they've done studies like just for seed storage, which isn't the same, but like in seed storage, you can look at a graph and it's like the higher the temperature coupled with the higher moisture, the higher that combo is, the more things degrade. And that's also kind of typically how, you know, like a compost pile is super moist and super hot. I think if you were to store weed at a really, really low temperature to cure it, I think you could probably cure it in a way that wouldn't degrade as much, but it might let a lot of different processes still happen at a different level for a really long time. So like if you were curing weed at 34 degrees for
It
6
slows it down enough to where you can examine it through the process a lot easier. You're not flashing through these mile markers of transformation. You're kind of being able to pick it up like, okay, 34 degrees at this week or this next month, we're going to lose very little, but we're going to catch the transformation of what we lose versus like really hot. You're going to go through that whole thing.
Yeah, and just in
Right.
my experience with weed, like if weed has more moisture and a warmer temperature, that's going to spoil your weed and that's going to degrade all these compounds into things that turn out being like really not desirable versus if you were to store something at a lower humidity with a lower temperature, then you might be able to see the more cool things that happen when you get some things kind of leaving and changing and still actually have good weed left over that is different, as opposed to if the temperature is a little higher and the moisture is a little higher, then you're going to have a lot of changes, and at the end of the changes you're going to kind of wind up with garbage every time, you know, like the high moisture and high temperature, you're just going to have basically brown spoiled weed, which could give you in some cases like the nostalgic weed from back in the day where people are, oh, I want it to be like that. It's like, well,
Yeah.
a lot of that weed was spoiled. But like then you wonder too, as far as for making things that are really quality, like if you want to take a haze or some of these things that cure out longer, like Skunk Man Sam, like the skunk one you were saying longer.
Yeah.
You to see what he was doing, like I'd imagine if you asked him how he was getting it to that point really nice, he probably had the weed pretty damn dry and
Yeah.
probably had it in a pretty decent temperature, probably room temperature or below, and probably the humidity of the weed was probably 50-40, like probably really dry, you know, like your weed's not gonna, like, I don't know, there was just a funny thing they posted on Instagram where this dude is those Bovita packs that
Yeah.
are 69% humidity and keep your weed. And I'm like 69% humidity. And a guy commented talking to me just today, he goes, well, that's what you do for tobacco. And I'm like, yeah, but you want tobacco to turn brown. And you don't want weed to turn brown, you know, like you literally spray tobacco with water in a lot of cases, or you lock it up with its own humidity to make it spoil because you want it to kind of spoil. And that's maybe the case with like Malawi cob and certain things where they're fermented products where you're intentionally spoiling with a goal. And then there might be really cool things that happen with all that. Same as like Frenchie talking about that, the skin on the hash. But
Yeah.
I think if you wanted to really see things happen in a cool way from just aging by itself, I think you really got to get that moisture and temperature. I think that combo of those numbers need to be really low so that you can preserve while things go through these processes, because otherwise you're going to just wind up with a bunch of trash and you're going to go, well, we don't really know what happened because everything is just kind of destroyed, you know. And that,
I feel like it's also in combination with the oil content. Like I feel stuff can be nice and dry, but still be greasy or oily, you know,
Yeah.
maybe not necessarily sticky, but like I like those ones that age where it's maybe like pretty close to bone dry, but it's still just oily to the touch, you know?
My own opinion on weed is that you should basically be removing for storage, right? When you smoke, like I've always been a fan of taking weed that's really dry, it's stored really dry and really cool, and then adding a little bit of moisture back to smoke it. And to do that, I'll pick like a madrone leaf or a piece of a fern, something that's super neutral, and let the weed get a little bit back, because when you actually combust it, you want it to be a little bit moist. You do the same thing with tobacco. Like it has to be, and you store tobacco more moist, but it needs to be a little bit moist, or it'll be real dry and harsh and shitty. But like what you're actually storing, you want to be storing the resin. I've never talked to a single hash producer who says when you store your hash, you want to make sure that it has enough moisture in it. That's completely not what people do. When people store hash to have a product that won't spoil and will maintain its actual quality, they remove all of the moisture, they lock it up, and they store it at a super low temperature. And then you can see what happens to it over time. It stays really, really nice and preserved. But like, I had a buddy who was European from France, and he had spent a lot of time. He was like a sadhu, the first Western sadhu in India in the 60s, and super cool dude, super into hash. And when he made hash, right before he pressed it, he would add a little bit of water, because he wanted it to smell like traditional hash, which was spoiled. And if you didn't do that, he'd be like, that's just resin. That's not hashish. And Frenchie had like kind of a similar outlook, where if like when I made hash and it wasn't quite dried super proper, he loved it because it was so nostalgic. It seemed like authentic hashish. So there's that thing. That's what I'm saying. Like if you want to make Malawi cob, maybe you want to ferment your weed some and all that. But there's definitely like a correlation between moisture and spoilage. And
well, and I think there's a correlation between the type of resin, because Rotten kind of touched on this. Like when you get into really greasy resinous plants like that have that oil slick, they almost smoke better more dry.
Yeah.
And I feel like they transform more at that point too. Like it's kind of a weird thing. Like I've had like really greasy plants where I've taken a bud and just left it on my counter for like a month, and then just picked it up and rolled it, and it smoked beautifully. The flavor was there incredibly, like versus if I, try to rip it like proper, like going through that slow cure like a month in, it still burns weird, where I'm like, shit, this stuff almost needs to be really dry, because there's something going on with the moisture and that amount of oil that's present. I don't know, but there's definitely a correlation between the moisture content, the way the flower burns, and the type of resin that you're touching.
And
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that oily weed, it doesn't like to give up its moisture much. So like if you have like, I have like insanely oily things. Like I have things that if you make BHO from them, it looks like water. It's like so much oil in it that you can't really, it's totally impractical. And when that sits around like at room temperature, it'll turn brown and stained so fast, because once the weed loses its moisture, it'll actually absorb the oil back into the weed itself, because there's so much oil in the resin. And so like as a product on the market, you look at it and it's only a month and a half old, and you're like, oh, it's already dark. And it looks like, if you like have oil on your hands and you touch weed, like if trimmers have like too much oil on their fingers or whatever, you'll see there's these dark stained areas. And some of the stuff that I have, the weed, it'll just totally stain itself. It'll reabsorb it, and it's trippy. But those ones also, when you hang them up side by side with something that has the real sandy resin, the one will be dry, and it'll be dry in 8 or 11 days or whatever. And the other one, it'll be like 3 weeks in, and you're like, I think it's dry, and it's hard to even tell because it's so greasy, but it does have a lot more trouble giving up its moisture through the weed. It kind of all has to evaporate. It has to like go through the stems. So it takes a long time because it doesn't want to go through that grease. It's like waterproof in a sense, So there's definitely something to that. And then I mean but my whole point about the whole thing is that either way, like I don't think that there's any benefit to having any more moisture for storage in your weed then enough to make it so that it will not completely fall apart when you have to handle it. Like I want it as dry as I can get it while it still won't turn to dust.
So
And
what is that? What is that for you percent wise? Well,
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's dry as fuck. I would assume
Yeah.
it's like, whereas people are thinking like 55, you know, the Bovita pack that they were showing was 69%. I was like, I don't think so. I mean, my drying room right now, and that's the funny thing, people are like 66. I'm like, sometimes my drying room is 90% humidity and 53 degrees. And sometimes it's, you know, 78 degrees and 40% humidity. And I don't have like controls on it, but I live in a place that's nice enough where when the fall comes, I can hang it up. And if I just affect the heat a little bit and maybe put in a dehumidifier, I can keep it like in a range where like the weed needs to shrink up in a couple days to an extent, and then it needs to not dry in 6 days or whatever. It needs to hang long enough to be in a good range. But the main thing is I don't put the weed away until it's truly dry. And almost every year when I was growing a lot of weed, I would always put away like 5 or 10 pounds and go, okay, these are great. And then I would open them up and be like, fuck, they were a little bit too moist, because you'd notice the nose would fall flat and the weed felt dry and it seemed dry. And it was like, oh, it's good. But then you would see that weed closed up, and versus the same plant that was still hanging on the line, the one on the line would be beautiful and it would have so much to it. And the one in the bag would be flat. And I would go, fuck, I spoiled it. And then that would every year be that slap in the face to go, it's not dry enough, dude. You've got to get it drier. And I talk to people so often who are like, yeah, I grew it and it was so good. And then it was really nice. And then I jarred it. And like, I've never, since learning that, I've never been like, oh, let the moisture come out and burp it. I'm like, no, if your room's dry enough to get it dry, just let it get dry, you know? Not so dry, like I said, that it falls apart, but pretty much as close as that as you can get, and then put it away. And then if you want to smoke it and you notice that, damn, it's like really dry for smoking, just add back a little moisture, like on the day you're going to smoke it or the day before you're going to smoke it, because that moisture is definitely destroying your weed. And then if you do like to keep a little bit more moisture in it, then I'd say store that shit at like 34 degrees or 36 degrees or 40 degrees or whatever, but keep it cold so that that's not taking action on everything. Because that combination of humidity and temperature is like this thing that just loves to destroy everything on earth. You know, you're like making a very like a minor version of a compost pile when you're trying to store your shit at room temperature with 69% humidity. I'm like, what? That's just gonna be fucking. It's gonna all smell like a fucking loaf of bread after a week, you know?
Yeah, that's definitely too much.
Yeah.
From my experiences, I think the sweet spot for most of my drying are between 50 and 60%, 55 and 60%. If I go between 50 and 55, I can get to it. It's just a tinge too dry, which is really what I grew up with, was between 50 and 55. And I thought that was the best quality. But there are some herbs that definitely like that bit of sponginess to when you combust them, and they burn much smoother when they have that, like around that 62% dry humidity room. So I have a dedicated room that I call it like a humidor, basically, where I can keep that humidity and temperature exactly where I want it. And I guess my question would be on like long-term curing, drying, and lowering the humidity lower than that 55%. My worry would be about quality of smoothness of smoke. When you get into hash, of course, pull out all the moisture, but you have no foliage to protect that smoothness of smoke with hash. But with flower, that's what you have. So I really wonder
it's a slow process. That's kind of the thing. Like the slow dry is what helps that like chlorophyll kind of break off, right? And so that's where your smoothness comes from. And then if you reach past, this is kind of, it's wild because they've put a number on the actual like active moisture in the bud. So like almost everything, when we're talking about like off the dry rack, done cured. We're shooting for this nice combustible, smokable flower. I think the science has come out like they're looking at like 0.5 to 0.6 active moisture. Now that's great for consumption, but like kind of when Gene's talking about storage, you want to pull some of that down. I'm just kind of the way he describes. I'm thinking like 0.2, 0.3%,
Yeah, and
active
I don't
moisture.
really know on the numbers, but my point is that like the difference between like there, I was taught like if you get it too dry, then you'll ruin it because now it's too dry. And now when you go to take it off the lines, it falls apart and it's too dry. And so it does get too dry to pull it off the lines. And so I'll let it get all the way dry. And then what I'll usually do is pull it off the lines when it's slightly moist. And by what I'll usually do to get that little tiny bit of moisture on it to be able to like process it is I'll like open the door and turn on the fan in the morning, and it'll only take like an hour, and now all of a sudden you're like, oh, it's fine, and it's got that tiny bit of handling moisture. And then I'll take it like into a room and put it still whole where it can lose a little bit more moisture back again, and then get it put away, and then put it away really dry. And then because it's too dry to smoke, then when I go to smoke it, then I'll add the moisture back. And the weed will be like completely brand new because it hasn't had the moisture. The amount that you want for smoking, it's like when I smoked tobacco, I used to smoke like spliffs like crazy. And I would take the tobacco, and it would be shag tobacco. And when you buy it and you smoke it, it's fucking harsh. It's too dry. And so I would always add moisture back to the shag before I smoked it, and then I would smoke it and it would be great. But it was enough moisture that it probably would have maybe even got moldy if I had left it sitting like that. So to consume, I would just add some moisture. And then and that was like that's like something that people do. Like they make like little ceramic beads that you get wet and you put them in your tobacco, and it's like kind of a classic thing to do to re-moisten the tobacco. But with weed, like what I realized over the years is that when the reason why I realized that moisture was so bad was by putting weed away and noticing the difference when it was trapped with moisture in a very confined space versus when I would leave it hanging and it would get moist, dry, moist, dry, moist, dry. It would do that for like the whole year. At a certain point, I wasn't really having weed as a product. I just had the weed, and I would just leave it in the building. And so at certain times you would go and you'd go, oh, it's too moist to even, this isn't even how you would want to really smoke it or give it to somebody. And then a week later, it'd be like, wow, this is too dry to want to give it to anybody. But in a big open space, the weed was able to stay really nice, even through those swings, as long as it never got too moist. And the same weed put away in a bag where it was confined, if it was put away when it was basically too dry to smoke, it would be very similar to the weed that was left hanging. But if it was put away the way that I like to smoke weed, where I'm like, ooh, this is nice. It's a little bit like spongy and it feels good. And you're like, ooh, that's the shit, then though that weed that was put away would always be degraded way beyond the weed that had been just going through wild humidity and temperature swings. And I would have thought it would be the opposite, like put it away and preserve it and save it and rescue it from the inconsistencies. But the inconsistencies actually didn't affect it really in a very negative way in comparison to being consistently slightly more moist than it should have been and not being able to let it off. So it was just a weird learning process where I realized like, oh, my weed's always too fucking wet, man. Like
that's very specific. Yeah.
Soggy.
That's very specific to your situation,
Yes.
where you're not using a controlled room, where you're using just the open space and letting the climate come and go, versus putting away herb not quite properly, totally dried, and have it in that sealed environment, and it degrades it much faster. I totally see where you're coming from.
Yeah,
But if
yeah.
you have a controlled room, I think hitting that sweet spot like a humidor is hard to beat. I mean, there's no doubt right away. That's the ticket. Now, for longevity of curing, you've got some interesting concepts there with the dry back. And I would just say to anybody that hits a little bit too much of a dry back and it's too dry, if you've got the room where you can set the humidity right, you just got to plug it in that room for a few hours or a day at that 55 to 60%. You're right back to that humidity.
Yeah, so what you're describing is basically the same thing I'm describing, but yours is better.
Well, it's just more controlled, right?
Yeah, but it's a big difference. It's a lot different than taking the weed that's too moist and everybody jarring it up and needing to burp it and putting it in bags and needing to burp it. And there's the moisture, and then you let the moisture out, and then you know, like this whole process of that whole thing, like the way you're doing it, you're talking about it's being stored. It's because you have the right humidity. It is in a humidor. Basically, mine is a humidor with very poor controls that I rely on. I hope that would work out and it would be pretty good. You know what I mean? Yours is ideal, and because it's in the open air, the humidity isn't. If there was a little bit of humidity there, it's not going to affect it. That's what I'm saying. Like in mine, it'll get way too humid. It's like this weed's fucking going to get ruined. It's going to get wet. And then it gets dry because it's been in open air. And surprisingly, it would just be fine. But there's something about the thing of being closed up with too much humidity and all those different hydrocarbons and the resin and everything there, where when people put away their weed wet, they're just fucking destroying it. But if you can store it in an area where even if your humidity was way higher, I'll bet you could still get away with it, because there's something about the open air interaction versus it being put away moist. Once it's put away moist and your temperature goes up, it's just like, it just degrades so fast, you know?
Destroys it in like a day.
Yeah, temperature doesn't even have to go up for it to really cause a problem within a short period of time. So I have a bit of a background in lumber drying as well, and so I kind of compare some of these processes too. And I was growing weed way before I learned about lumber drying, but I went to school for lumber drying, and I just got to. It was an interesting comparison on the drying process. So with lumber, you need to dry it slow and evenly as well. Otherwise, you have problems with warping and cupping and that sort of thing. For cannabis, it's quality of smoke. But they talk about equalizing, which is pretty much what we do for the curing, basically, right? And then they talk about conditioning, which is very similar to what you're talking about. You pull that herb back out, and then you recondition it to the proper moisture that's best to smoke at. So these principles have been around for quite a long time, and it seemed to work pretty well. And then I've got some friends that freeze their harvest. I mean, on a small scale, it's very practical. I'm not sure you could do it on a large scale, but I was quite surprised how dry and brittle it comes out, and then it acclimates into the environment, and that's the conditioning process. And I'll be damned if it wasn't pretty damn good quality smoke.
Yeah, I mean, I've had, like, I have weed in my fridge from 2008 that's super tasty, and it's not even frozen. It's just at a very low temperature, and it's really dry. And you can pull it out, and when you want to smoke it, you just put it in a bag with anything that has a little bit of moisture. Or if it's a humid day, you just set some out on the and it'll come to room humidity, and that'll be enough. It depends on what I'm describing. Like if you're in Colorado, then you might have to put a humidifier in your humidor to make it stay, to have some of that for smoking, and also for making it dry slow enough. But that's the thing you were talking about with lumber. It's really a thing. People are like, talk about drying the weed, and it's like, you are drying it, but the drying process, I noticed that if it happens at the right pace, it is like a tempering process. It's like it will make the weed durable to all these other things. Like if I dried my weed in 3 days and then I left it hanging out there, it would probably turn to shit. But because the initial dry is really nice and it takes at least, 10 days or so, to get to that point where the weeds actually dry, it becomes a very durable product where even if you do have it sealed up, it does get hot, or like I had some of the stuff that I dried and then I put it in a different room, and that room got to be 110 degrees for months, and I forgot it was in there hanging up. And then I went out there and got it, and I broke it down, and I was like, wow, this weed is surprisingly good. And I think a lot of it comes from being like, it's kind of tempered when you dry it. When your drying process is a curing process and they're kind of coupled, then
I've seen that
with a really durable product, because
yeah.
it seems to really protect the resin.
Oh, and I can speak on that, Gene. Dude, I'm in Colorado, and there is no humidity at all here.
Yeah. So
when you do a real nice flow controlled dry, you can almost leave your flower out, and there's something. Even when it's dry, it's like, it's got some sponginess to it. Even when, like, dude, I'll see people bring stuff over that turns to dust, and like, it's older, and I'm like, well, mine's older, but look, it's like bounced back. It like, the smell's still strong there. There's some absolute rigidity to that slow dry, and I don't know what, but being here in Colorado where it's so dry, that was kind of where I was saying, like, to leave a bud out on my counter for a month and it still be like good smokable, it burns, decent. It's got that oil is still slick, the smell, the flavor. There's something to that. Just the slow it down.
Like low humidity, like you don't take, I mean, to a degree it can happen, but like with like low humidity, you don't just go somewhere really dry and now it's different when you have essential oils. They just evaporate way quicker because the humidity's lower. It's like, no, that makes moisture leave. And what we want on our weed is the resin. The native moisture in the weed is not necessarily something that we need. We just need moisture for consumption. And that's my point, is that I don't really think we need to maintain the native original moisture from it. I think that moisture can come back from any source for consumption. And because the temperatures that it takes to get rid of all the oils in your weed, like they're higher than what our room temperature is. So like weed can kind of sit around and get really dry, and you can just add a little bit more moisture to it, and it'll be like better than you would expect. And I always just thought like, oh, if it gets too dry, the whole thing's too dry. But when you look at it from a logical perspective, you're like, well, it's not, the resin shouldn't get overly dry. That's what I mean by the hash makers. The hash makers don't keep the moisture in the hash. In your weed, what you want is, it's basically a scaffolding that holds resin. It's a house for your resin. And then you need that for it to combust in a nice way and to be smooth. It does have to have moisture, the same as the tobacco. I add the moisture to the tobacco.
That makes a lot of sense.
But for the storage, I don't think I think the moisture in it is only really necessary for the handling process and the consumption process. So in between handling and consumption, I think weed can be really, really, really dry, probably drier than a lot of people.
You can freeze dry that stuff, you think?
People do. People freeze dry weed. They take fresh weed and they freeze dry it. And it's always seemed weird to me, because I think that initial tempering process, there's something that I've always noticed. If somebody has weed and you pull it off of the stem and you look at the stem and the stem is still bright green when the weed is all the way dry, it's never going to be as good a weed in my experience. I always want to see that when I take the bud off and you see the stem inside the bud, that stem has become very pale at the very least. And a lot of the best weed I've ever seen, that stem inside there is this kind of almost golden tan color, and the weed, every flower on it is vibrant and really nice, but the stems itself, you can see that the chlorophyll has completely broken down in the process of drying. And it only takes it, you can have weed that was dried in 7 or 9 or 11 or whatever days. It's not like drying it forever and messing it up, but you'll notice that a lot of the best weeds you ever see, when you do get inside the bud near the end where the stems are very small on the inside, when you pull it open, and this is more common on outdoor weed too for whatever reason, but when you pull it open, the stem will be like a different color. And you can see, even when people like post pictures of what they're smoking on Instagram, you'll look and you'll see the stem and it's like, ooh, that looks like that's dried really good. I mean, like you describing your environment and how you dry it and everything. I imagine when you look close to the tip of the buds, inside there, that little stem that's up the middle, it probably becomes much more pale and less vibrantly green than when you initially cut and hang the plants. And I've noticed that like when people quick dry, it locks all of that in there and it's still just super green. And also, um, I think that's where you get the weed where it's like, oh, it's way too dry, is when it gets dry really fast, because I think usually it means high temperatures and the humidity gets really wild in people's drying rooms. And so the humidity goes up really high. The weed dries really fast, traps all the chlorophyll in its current state of when it's fresh, and then the resin becomes degraded by that combination of temperature and humidity in that warmer drying room. And then you get the weed where you get that thing that people talk about with the Colorado weed where it just turns to dust and it's not sticky, it's not
Colorado crumble, baby.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes from people like intentionally drying it.
That's hard to roll a joint of that shit.
In my
I'll
experience.
tell you, it'll make you a really good joint roller when you start
True.
growing your own weed, because like that's the whole thing. Like it frustrates the hell out of me when I have to twist up some like commercial cannabis out here, because it's like rolling sand. And then
Yeah.
when you get a hold of some real properly dried, cured flower, I mean, I can pull out outdoor from, my little basement from a year ago, and it's still got some bounce to it, and it's just stored in turkey bags. Like it's not even jarred up. So when you go through that real slow dry, it does something to the cells of the plant. I have no idea what it does.
Yeah.
But it turns them into like what I would describe as like almost like a hard boiled egg. There's like some give before it falls apart, versus like a not boiled egg just crushes and falls apart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's some rigidity that happens when that moisture slowly leaves the cells. And I don't know what it is, aside from like any active moisture, any moisture that's hanging out in those cells that the cells still need to be alive. See, I think is in my mind, I'm picturing like what you're talking about, Gene, is like basically putting the cells into hibernation, right? Like there's not so much moisture that it's escaping the flower. It's just enough to be present inside the middle. And you just lock that into place with a really low temperature. And then when you're ready to smoke it, you bring it out and let it breathe. And that moisture is like moving from the middle to the outside, but doesn't fully leave the flower. And some of that moisture comes from outside, but I don't think it's actually absorbing a lot from the outside. I think it's just releasing what's kind of been like hibernating in the middle. It's not hot and moist enough to cause any actual damage because it's trapped in this small area. But then once it comes out to room temperature and around this like outside air pressure, it just goes as far as it can go, and then it stops. Then you have this nice, perfectly moist bud. Not moist, but it's like good enough that you could leave that jar out for a couple months and it's not going to turn to dust.
Yeah, I think there's probably something happening on a cellular level where it drying like the right way, it's making it kind of stick together in a different way, the way the cells are, like it's like drying because it's just so much more. I mean, and this is probably something that is a question that is addressed in curing wood. Like there's probably, because when you do cut wood and try to dry it too fast, it just turns to shit. Like it becomes it's not the same as when you have like nicely cured wood. Like we've tried to harvest like really pretty red heart manzanita and different, oak and all these different things for making knife scales and different things. And you like try it and you try to dry it. Like you just try, oh, well, just, here it is. And the shit doesn't work. You really have to like go, okay, we need to really slow dry it, like we've tried different things like, okay, let's brine it. Let's leave it forever in salt water and see if that will displace the natural moisture with this new moisture, and see if from osmosis different things happen. And let's leave it in the shade and put it here under the house at the coolest part, and just different things to try to get it. And we're not like, we don't know shit about it, but like when you do it wrong, you did it wrong. And that was like the thing with the weed. We used to try to get the weed dry because we needed to get it dry. We need to get it out of where it is at, because it's not supposed to be there, and it needs to get dry and it needs to get put away. And at a certain point, what I learned was, okay, you can get it way too dry, and then you can leave the tiniest bit of moisture in the middle of the stems, and then you can put it away and it'll kind of wick out, and then you kind of burp it out, and then it's like, okay, and it all works. And that was good enough at the time. And then what I realized was you can let the whole thing get too dry to the point where the stems inside the buds are all too dry. And then when you buck it down, just chop at the whole plant. And some of those fatter stems that are lower on the plant from the bud, they carry a little bit of moisture, and that'll be enough to keep it, once you seal up the bags, it'll keep the weed in the garbage bag moist enough that when you haul the garbage bag around, your weed won't all turn to fucking get broken into dust. And then later on, I realized that you could just dry it slower and leave it, and just leave it until even those stems you would have normally robbed a little bit of the moisture from, that those could be all the way dry too, like crazy dry. And then when you go to put it away, because we have the luxury of it, just do it on a day where there's just the slightest bit more humidity, and the weed in there, if you go into a dryer when you're dealing with just an exhaust and your natural ambient humidity from outside, there's just a day where you go, oh, this is a great day to put it away. It's much drier, but we can handle it. The other day it was way too dry, it would have fallen apart. And maybe in a week it might rain and it might be so moist that you're like, well, we can't put it away now. But back in the day, it was just like, just get it really dry and put heat in there and get rid of the moisture. And so through that like trial and error, I figured out just on my own that like, my best results were coming from getting it really dry with just enough moisture to be able to mechanically deal with it. And then when I would have stuff that I stored drier than I really wanted to smoke it, it would store so perfectly. And then when I stored it the way that you go, that's dried just right, that was too much, and that it wouldn't store well. And I'd pull it out of the turkey bags and it would smell flat. And that's what, like the conversation of the Bovita guy, he goes, you smell the weed and you think it doesn't smell because the water's protecting the terps. And I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. It should just be stinky. It's weed, like
if you have too much moisture, maybe
too much moisture.
It's too wet. Yeah.
It's going to be spoiling it, You don't want to wrap it in water. You just want to have enough moisture that it can be good. But then, like you said, if you leave it in a room and the moisture's high, but it's just in there, and you have a real humidor, then it's fine, because it's not just sitting trapped in that, like, it's a different thing for whatever reason. Yeah.
Dr. Mark, do you have any input on long-term storage and like low, like refrigerator or freezer temperatures, and how that may affect quality of smoke?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a grower. I'm certainly a consumer. Okay. And I've consulted on grows and post processing. I like most biologicals, keep it cold, keep it dark, keep it oxygen free. I think, yeah, you want to get out the water down to, uh, water activity is a more important measurement than water content, because water activity is what's measured by the water meter, and that's basically it's just a ratios of vapor pressures. But
Okay.
what it has to do with is you want to get to water activity level of about 0.65 and go no lower than 0.4, or I'm sorry, about 0.55. 0.55 and 0.65 is kind of like the sweet spot. So once you're there, yeah, I would say long-term storage, keep it cold, keep it dark, keep it oxygen free if possible. I mean, I guess there's some debate over that, having oxygen present, certainly, like if you're there's a reason why they put nitrogen in bags of potato chips, right? Because the potato chips that are made with unsaturated vegetable oils, those oils can go rancid when exposed to air. And so the reason why they blow up paper or potato chip bags with nitrogen is basically to put a blanket of nitrogen over the top. I would say, again, just on that last comment, whether the water content kind of creates a blanket of vapor moisture to basically protect terps. I don't necessarily buy into that, because so the way steam distillate, or the way water interacts with other solvents, is basically you could form these things called eutectic points, which are low boiling point azeotropes between the water and the terpenes. And so I think the wholesale removal of water does affect terpene content when you're drying. In the curing stage, I think it's important to have that water activity between 0.55 and 0.65. I think if you're down at about 0.45 water activity, that's where you see the really brittleness, complete loss of plant structure. Just weed turns to dust if you put in a grinder. Your Colorado desert weed, I guess you'd call it, right? But for the most part, like here on the East Coast, so I'm in Vermont, it's pretty humid here. In the summertime, it can get pretty hot and sticky, even up here in New England. I would say it's probably the biggest mistake that growers make is not fully dialing in their drying and their curing process. A lot of people can grow really good weed, and the weed looks really good while it's alive. But, it's the drying and curing that really creates that nice smoke. When we were talking here, I went back and scrolled through my conversations with Skunk Man, because he did talk about the smoothness of smoking Skunk One after a 4 to 6 month cure versus getting it right out of drying. And he said out of drying, for him, it was almost unsmokable, but it created that really smooth, notorious Skunk One draw after that 4 to 6 month cure. And he really believed that there was chemistry happening in that cure. I mean, it's naive to think that chemistry is not happening, right? It's kind of like cheese making and scotch making and wine inside the barrels and casks. I mean, it's kind of food gone bad, like yogurt and pickles, right? We don't really know what the hell's in there, but man, it's really good for you, right? So there's a lot of aging processes that happen in our food and in wine and cheese making. And, I don't think that cannabis is, that doesn't have its own kind of, it's almost like the terroir, which comes out of the genetics grown in the soil when you have roots in the ground, as opposed to growing in pots. When you're growing with roots in the ground, I mean, let's face it, guys, the plant evolved with roots in the ground underneath the sun, okay? Right? As good as indoor growers as people might think they are, I think we still have to go back to the fact that over the time course of evolution, that this plant has figured out a symbiotic relationship with the mycorrhizae and everything that else exists in the soil. And there is something about sun-grown herb, I think, that's really unique and very, very different than most indoor varieties or most indoor crops. The last thing I would say, and again, this just goes back to the overall drying and everything, is I think you have to certainly, like if you're growing commercially, if you need a return on your investment, certainly you need to understand the drying piece of that, right? Because putting away wet weed, that's a recipe for disaster. Like you said, it'll turn to mush. It'll basically just go moldy and everything. So you need to definitely get your drying game dialed in. Now that involves a lot of things, how you dry, what the density of plants is in the room that you're drying, certainly the makeup air, the air that comes into that room, and then the water vapor that leaves that room. I mean, all that is really, really important. And I'm sure the folks on this call, you guys could probably attest to this. You can lose an entire fucking crop in that part of the process right there, there. Just drying, not knowing your
100%.
drying game is you almost need to know how to dry before you grow. It reminds me of when I met the Amish hemp farmers. You guys were talking about tobacco earlier. All these Amish hemp farmers that I ended up knowing and getting a good relationship with were all tobacco farmers, without exception. And so you grow tobacco to the extent to which you can dry your tobacco, you dry your crop, right? And these are this is when I was living down in Pennsylvania in the edges of the Amish country. And so they had those barns with the wings, the wings that open up so they could let moisture in. And I'll tell you, if you're not a cigarette smoker or tobacco user, you walk up to the edge of one of those tobacco drying barns, it's fucking intoxicating. The air that's coming out of those tobacco drying barns, oh my God, if you're not a tobacco, maybe if you're a tobacco user, you enjoy that. But if you're not a tobacco using, it could basically incapacitate you. Tobacco drying effluent can incapacitate a regular human being who's not used to it. But what I noticed is that when they went to grow hemp, so it's really interesting because, again, these folks, when they first after they changed the farm bill and a lot of Amish farmers in Amish country in Pennsylvania started growing hemp, they didn't really know what they were doing, right? They looked at it as, oh, this is just like a row crop like soybean or corn and everything. And they thought they can get away with just like hanging plants in the barn. For the most part, I guess that works if you're small scale, but certainly if you're large scale, you have to grow to the capacity to which you can dry. And if you're drying cannabis on a smaller scale and not on acre scale, I mean, certainly that drying room is really, it's the key and critical room in your production. I think more key than flower or veg, because what happens in that drying room, happens in that drying room is absolutely critical, because everything that comes past that has to go through that drying room, right? I mean, I don't know. You guys agree? I'm not a grower, but I would tend to think that maybe you guys would agree.
So
You're exactly right.
I look at it in anything after harvest, post-harvest processing, I look at basically 4 stages, because there's the drying process, which is really important. Slow drying, the curing process, which is where we're slowly distributing all that moisture evenly throughout what is actually dry at this point. And then there's the process of aging, right? Whereas where I look at it, I'm like, this is where I'm in this process of removing certain things. We can look at it in a million different methods, but at the end of the day, it's really just like doing some off gassing and letting the resin transform.
Mm-hmm.
And once you hit it to that spot where you like it, then it's how do we preserve this the longest we can? So after the aging process, which is sometimes right after the curing process, sometimes it's weeks or months after the curing process, but at some point it's like, this is exactly where I want it. and I want to put this bulk away so that I can come back in a year and be like, this is exactly the way I put it away. I think that kind of goes into like what Gene was talking about, where when you get it there and you get it, you remove all of that excess moisture. Now you can actually hold it as the resin is, and then just a little rehydration to make it smokable. And
Right.
now you're experiencing the resin in its essence, the way you captured it when you put it into the freezer to store it. And I think that was kind of his thing. He's like, I've got weed since 2008 that is still phenomenal. And I think it's because he managed to preserve the resin where he captured it, whether it was right after the dry or right after the cure or whatever. And then he was able to bring that out and revisit it. And I think that's kind of the whole thing, is like, I look at it as, again, the dry, the cure, the age, and then the preservation, the actual storage of what you've just captured. And that's all of that is equally as important as finishing your flower. But if you lose, you'll lose what you finished in your flower through that process if you don't know how to approach it. So
quick
and that's
question
kind
for
of
the
what I've
doctor, real
gathered
quick.
through everybody.
Now that we're at that point where we're like, okay, we're at, like, you found your magic point to where this is where you want to cure it, you want to keep it, right? For a question for the doctor, would vacuum sealing be a good thing to do at this point? And does that aid in the longevity of the cure? And do you need to then, after vacuum sealing it, keep it at a specific temperature, at or below a specific temperature? Like, how does that apply?
Yeah, so you bring up a good point, which is that what the vacuuming does. So when you're burping and you're basically introducing air and releasing any off gassing, and certainly there could still be a little bit of trace water removal in that process. What you're doing is what we call an aerobic process, right? Aerobic means that it involves air or most particularly oxygen, because air is 79% nitrogen, and we know nitrogen's pretty inert. So actually, it's interesting when we were I was working with a group out in Oregon, and they were doing, again, long-term packaging or looking at different solutions for long-term packaging. Their idea was, again, during fall harvest, they want to basically package everything after drying as fresh as it can, and then they want to keep that inventory throughout the year and introduce stuff at their stores and open those bags and make sure those bags are as fresh as the day that they closed them, right? And so what they developed was, and there's a lot of trial and error to this, because I think at first, exactly what you said, they're like, ooh, let's just pull all the air out, right? We'll pull all the air out and we'll just vacuum seal everything, right? We'll vacuum seal, just vacuum it, just pull all the air out. So what ends up happening is you end up losing a lot of terpenes, and because now you're under vacuum, well, you've removed all the air. So that's the important thing that the vacuum thing does. What these guys figured out is that if they remove all the air, but then they backfill with a little bit of nitrogen into their packs, right? You follow what I'm saying? So they were making, like, I think they were either 10 or 15 pound packs, right? And what they were doing was they were doing exactly what you're saying. So getting to the point where we've dried, maybe we've cured, but maybe we just want to basically dry at this point. And you know what? We want to just seal this stuff up, because guess what? It's October now, and we need this stuff for next March in the store, right? So you want to basically preserve that. That's exactly like you said, you're in your preservation phase. So what they did is they pulled all the air out, which is important, because air, which has moisture, but it also has oxygen. The oxygen will continue to do oxidation. You know, typically what happens, you can see this in Granddaddy Purps and some of the other varieties, is after they dry up and they cure up, they really start turning, you were saying before, brown. You know, a lot of people just don't like the jar appeal of brown weed. They want that emerald green, lime colored green weed, right? Really, really deep green that our eyes just love to see. Well, certainly a lot of the oxidation of the pigments that's happening, the anthocyanins and whatnot, that is mediated by air. I mean, if you look at just even a maple leaf that turns orange red on the tree, it'll drop to the ground and eventually turn brown, right? So I think that what you have to always concern yourself with is that if you are, I think a good practice is to vacuum seal, because vacuum wholesales out all of the oxygen in the air. Do we necessarily need to do that? Maybe again, there's a component of the cure that the oxygen in air is playing a role. And maybe again, that's conversion of terpinolene over to terpenol, or maybe to carvone. Or if you look at some of these other bisalabal, or some of these other eucalyptol, these all have oxygens in them. There's no longer just terpenes. Now they're the larger class of molecules, which we call terpenoids. So those terpenoids, again, a lot of those are oxygenated. Maybe that comes from air, oxygen. Maybe it comes from water. Could come from a little bit of both. But I think, again, just to answer your question, I think vacuum sealing does one great thing. It removes the air, so you can take air out of the equation. I think what you can do in practice is they actually have a machine that'll do this. It'll vacuum out the air, and then you hook a nitrogen tank, and then what it does is it backfills with nitrogen. And now what it does, it creates like a bag of potato chips, like a pillow. So now there's a pillow of nitrogen around that weed inside that bag. It's not vacuum sealed anymore. Like, it's not under vacuum anymore. Now it's under positive pressure. But perhaps think of it this way, that positive pressure is now putting a pressure back on the weed to maybe keep the volatiles, the smells, the essence in the flower material and not letting it escape. I always worry that when you do those vacuum seals and you pull all the air out and you have everything all sealed up, is that eventually if you get a leak in there, air will infiltrate into there, and now you have air into your vacuum sealed thing. And it might look vacuum sealed, but in essence it's not.
So maybe in place of just vacuum sealing, my friend comes from the brewing industry, and he would purge out tanks before they filled them with like CO2. So maybe just a purging with nitrogen, and then creating that nitrogen pocket instead of pulling the vacuum.
Yeah, you could purge. The thing with nitrogen. So air is mostly nitrogen. Like I said, it's about 78-79% nitrogen. So it'll take a long time for air to be swept out by nitrogen. If you use argon is much heavier than air. Argon will push that shit out instantly. So argon, even though it's a little more expensive, you'll use less argon than you would nitrogen to get to the same level of inertness.
Interesting.
One thing I've noticed with the nitro-packed weed is that
all intents and purposes, argon, I think, comes through the Strait of Hormuz. So guess what's happened to the price of argon?
Yeah. It's funny, that just reminded me in the early days of going to like trade shows where you'd have like the CO2 extraction companies, and I'd always ask them the same question, because obviously none of them started in the weed world. And I was like, it was kind of the, when did you see the popcorn popping moment of all these random sales from like Colorado, California, places that aren't like normally your clientele, because it's like once the market share is taken in the hops extraction or some other, the main specialty of a piece of equipment, suddenly to discover that people are buying this stuff. So this is going to happen with what Mark was just talking about. They're going to be like, suddenly our argon machines are selling all over the country.
It's spiking.
Yeah.
Yeah. The dry ice.
But I think what you find out, I mean, again, with CO2, I mean, early on, I think it was kind of cool. And I think people are still doing CO2 extraction of terpenes, I think, because it is a good extraction for terpenes. But just if you look at just the productivity of CO2, it doesn't hold a candle to solvent extraction, right? I mean, CO2 is not only a long extraction, it's a hot extraction, right? You can't do fresh frozen with CO2. I think people have played around with the conditions for CO2, but it doesn't rise to the level of productivity and throughput and ultimately profitability that
all the early pens in California were CO2, right?
Yeah, right. Now they're all butane, right?
The good butane is really, really good. It really grabs the whole thing, you know? Like,
yeah, butane's a great solvent. I mean, early on, I was like, oh my God, this is the recipe for disaster. Watch, there's going to be lots of fires. And
there was.
But, you know, look at it this way, man. Like, I've consulted at probably like 24 different licensed cannabis operations. We've put in closed loop extraction booths across the country. And I don't think we've ever had an accident. We've never had a fire. I don't think we've ever had. The worst thing that we have is, you know, every once in a while a pump goes or something like that, or, you know, you get equipment failure. But ultimately, we've never hurt anyone, never had any fires or anything like that. Yeah, look at it this way. You know, butane is just a great. It's the right polarity. Actually, the right polarity is a 70-30 mixture of butane propane. I think that's what most extractors are using. I know here in Vermont you're supposedly not allowed to use butane, but I think they do anyway, and I think they are using that 70-30 mix. The 70-30 mix is good because it helps you in the speed of solvent recovery. It have that 30% of propane in there really pushes the solvent through your recovery to get back into the cylinder, and so you could run at the speed to which you could. You know, like I was saying before, the Amish would grow hemp to the size that they could dry. Well, with a hydrocarbon extraction facility, you extract to the rate at which you could fill those vacuum ovens. And once those you could fill vacuum ovens in no time, right? And just have trays of shatter in there, trays of whatever, trays of all kinds of live resin. So, yeah.
Mark, I love that you lived an Amish adjacent life.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, man, because I met a couple old timers that were actually smokers. I guess they used to smoke back in the day, and Amish didn't really give a fuck. You know, they just like it's just a natural plant and everything. So they were really super interested in the whole, you know, cannabis phenomena. You know, they'd have a cannabis and hemp kind of carnival or something, or I don't know, somewhere up in near East Stroudsburg, up in the Lehigh Valley, and the Amish would go there, and they would show up, and you know they would have their goods and everything, and you know you got Amish Delta 8, and you know Amish, you know Delta 8, you know brownies and all kinds of stuff. It's just such an interesting aspect to see, you know, this little dainty young Amish girl up at the booth rifling through a stack of 20s like a Vegas dealer. It's just and see Amish. So what's the hallmark of Amish, right? Low cost organic produce. So I think they thought that they could participate in cannabis and hemp, and I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I think a lot of Amish stuff that we tested, a lot of it was failing for total yeast and total microbe counts, you know, because they use manure on the farm. You know, they're a organic, you know, farming thing. They're not like cannabis growers. So yeah, it was interesting to see them jump in, and I think a few of them probably are still in, but I bet you a lot of them grew for a couple of years, didn't make any money, and was like, oh, fuck this, we're out.
Well, I can't say that I've ever smoked any Amish weed. I would try.
I've smoked some. It's you know, whatever. It's like outdoor. You know, it was really funny because we went to one field and they were growing. You guys know this variety called the white. It's a high CBG variety. I think it's called white, the white, I think it's called. And
There's
so
one high THC variety called the white, and then there's a high CBG called the white CBG. Very similar name, but different plants. They almost look similar too.
Yeah, so this was the white CBG, and these guys had, maybe like about, I want to say like 12 acres of it. They didn't know what the hell to do with it. In fact, this was before CBG kind of got really popular. I think they were trying to do something, thinking that, okay, we want to stay away from THC, right? They didn't like THC. Oh, that gets you intoxicated. No, that's not the Amish way. Okay, CBD, that makes you relax. It makes you mellow. It's like, well, that means you wouldn't want to work on the farm. No, we don't want that. That's not good at the. Oh, CBG. Let's see. Hey, CBG is just medicinal. Back in 2018, 2019, I don't think we really knew what the market for CBG. CBG was still kind of like the new cannabinoid on the block. So they just grew a bunch of it, not knowing what the market was, not knowing, how it was going to do. But I think it speaks to their ability to like, oh, okay, here's an agricultural crop. Let's grow 8 acres of it. 8 acres. I don't know if you've seen 8 acres of hemp or cannabis. It's a lot, and it's like one of those things where I took a picture at the edge of the field and clear off to the horizon. You could see nothing but weed plants.
That's wonderful. Hey, Dr. Mark, I got a quick personal question for you, kind of. It might relate to some other people. But when you were talking to Sam the Skunk Man about the long curing process that he liked to do, the 4 to 6 month, I think is what you said. Yeah. Do you know if he was working with the sweet skunk side variety at that point? Or because I've got an old pungent, like the roadkill skunk variety going. And I just wonder if long-term I haven't kept it for 6 months, honestly. But I feel like it's way more pungent up front when you first harvest it.
Well, the molecules that give those skunky varieties the pungent flavor and essence is these thiols, these sulfur compounds. And these sulfur compounds are very, very fleeting and will evaporate. So yeah, I mean, I would say there's kind of like a razor's edge there of wanting to get that cure so you can mellow out the smoke, but don't do it at the expense of losing all of that pungent flavor. I think what I remember Sam saying when we were talking about this is I said, well, a lot of that stuff is locked inside the trichome. He goes, yes, absolutely. In fact, if you take the top off of the tub, you wouldn't necessarily smell it. I mean, you'd smell the skunky essence, but when you actually take the bud itself and bust it between your 2 fingers, that's when you're breaking all the now you really get. And yeah, to answer your question, I think mostly he was around skunk number 1, but he had a couple different varieties. I had asked him because JJ from Top Dog and a couple other people had some other skunk varieties, and we were talking about just the skunk lineage between the mass super skunk and that the skunk variety that was down in Virginia, those boys down in Virginia that had that, which was a different variety. And Sam, when you were talking to him, he was always just he felt like everyone kind of came in on his heels, that the only skunk that was really good was his skunk number 1, and all the other ones were just Johnny come latelys to the party that were just trying to catch up to where he was years ago. But to be honest, I think that those skunky varieties in general, those are the ones that really need the most careful curing and drying of all, because of those thiols and because they can be so fleeting. I have an old bag from a friend of mine who grew a greenhouse up here in Vermont and had some sour diesel, and he didn't really trim his plants up too well, and he just kind of cut them down and gave me just a bunch of tops of the plants. I forgot I had them. I had them in a tub, and I just forgot all about them. And I'm like, oh, I remembered one day that I had them, and I figured, oh, they're going to be all old and dried out by now, and probably not have much odor. And certainly, when I went and opened up the tub, it wasn't very loud at all. But I'm telling you, as soon as I got down into those colas and busted that thing up, it was just like they were just harvested,
Huh.
So yeah, I think busting the cell structures with your hands again might give you a little bit of reinvigoration of what that essence once was like.
So would
Oh,
that
there's
give
a
some
few.
credence to the like, I guess, farm cut style of presentation that's starting to come out?
Sure. When you say farm cut style, you mean like deli style?
Like less
Like
trimmed?
yeah,
Oh,
less
oh,
trimmed, with
less
those
trim.
sugar leaves still coating the outside of the bud and stuff like that,
Yeah, you'll be surprised, because I think, like, when people look at herb and they see the sugar leaf, they'll tend to think that it's lower quality and whatnot. But I tell you, man, I don't know, man. I just took, again, some of that old sour diesel. It was a year old, and sugar leaf and all. I put it in the grinder, crushed it up, rolled myself a nice fat one, and man, it tasted freaking great. I have no problem with that at all. And I think over the year, and I don't have it it's certainly in a dark, cool environment, but it's not airtight. So it does have exchange with the air, but yeah, I think it's very strain dependent. And but just to speak to the thing that I brought up, which was deli style, I don't know what kind of dispensary laws y'all have in your state, but I was visiting my in-laws in Michigan recently, and they have deli style in those dispensaries, where you walk into the dispensary and it's a big tub of weed for each thing, and you could look and you could point to the nugs you want. I love deli style in the dispensary, man. That just, you could see what you're getting. You could smell it. You could really experience it. I think, as opposed to something that's completely just pre-packaged and already in a package, and you can't smell it, you can't open it in the dispensary, right? You have to wait till you're outside or something. But I just love that deli style at the dispensary. I think that's the way to go, man.
Yeah, you at least know what you're getting then, versus, like you said, opening up a package and being disappointed possibly. You put your nose in it and you make that selection yourself. You know exactly what you're going home with.
Well, and I tell you what, we went to the same dispensary, so we were there and for some family events, and we were there for about 4 or 5 days. We went to the same dispensary a couple days in a row, and I could see the levels going down. So I knew which one was more popular than the other, and yeah, I mean, I think deli style is the way that weed should be sold at the store. I don't think prepackaged is just bullshit. You don't know what the hell you're getting. Prepackaged stuff, I don't know. I like deli style.
Yeah, I guess if you got to go with the prepackaged stuff, look at those expiration dates and whatnot. Really, I think it's a lot of it's having trust in the producer, the grower, learning, what they do, and their techniques and skills match with what you want for your quality of smoke.
Well, also just the disposable packaging, nightmare that regulated cannabis has created. Right? There's all this packaging waste that just, I try to reduce it as much as I possibly can. Even when we go to the grocery store, I try to buy things with less. I'll buy something that's less packaged, just to cut down on packaging waste. But it just seems like there's a whole lot of, it depends on, what state you're in and what laws you have to go by. Here in Vermont, they can't have packaged or plastic packet. It's got to be some kind of sustainable form of packaging. So they have to use either sustainable packaging materials, or I don't know. I mean, they even have just still stuff in glass jars and wooden containers. And yeah, I really think that the plastic that cannabis packaging, the plastic that waste that it creates is a real problem.
Yeah, it sucks. Glass is nice. It's heavy, but it sure is nice and recyclable. Yeah.
Like,
Well,
so I remember in
or
Colorado,
breaks,
someone was mentioning.
or you repurpose it. You could you can repurpose a little glass jar and put something else in there. I mean, but yeah, I mean, all these plastic pucks and containers, it's like, holy shit, what do you do with them all?
Yeah.
Well, so one of the things I used to like about when I lived in Colorado when medical first started, like it was deli style. You'd have to actually, you bought a bag that you would have to have with you every time you went back to the dispensary, and it was a childproof bag. You went in there, you got to smell everything, and that was the way you picked it back in Colorado. Like that was how you were sold your flower. And so I really think, like, to reduce waste, to go back to holding the flower accountable to smell and taste of what the consumer wants, that'd be a really good way, and then you would know, are you buying moldy weed or not?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know that there's big uproar about this in Colorado. I wonder what you guys think. So there's companies out there that claim they have machines and processes that could remediate moldy weed, right? And I don't know about you, but like there's this company in Colorado that claims you could take ozone and treat weed with ozone, and somehow it magically kills all the mold and all the bugs, but it leaves everything else alone. And I just think that is just a big line of shit, man. That's just insults my intelligence to think that somehow the ozone isn't going to react with the cannabinoids and terpenes. Ozone is used as a deodorization technique to deodorize your grow. And that when we used to grow indoors illegally, right? I mean, you used to have to be able to make sure that you weren't stinking up the neighborhood, right? And the way you did that was with the ozonators, which would basically destroy those molecules. So there's a company in Colorado that claims you can grow moldy weed, put it in this ozone machine, and somehow the ozone makes the mold go away, but leaves the cannabis as fresh as ever. And it's bullshit. Total bullshit.
Yeah, you're right. It was a design or a product designed to kill odor. Like what's it going to do to your actual smoke that you're smoking? I mean, no.
Well, it's funny.
If your weed's moldy, just throw it away, please.
I was talking about this very subject to a grower who said that she had inadvertently had the wrong directionality of the ozone. So rather than taking the ozone and pushing it out of the house, she had the ozone coming into the grow, and it basically destroyed her grow. So she said she learned the hard way that ozone and cannabis don't mix. But there's a company out there that claims, they're called Willow Biosciences, and they're at MJ BizCon, and they sell a bunch of these units, and they basically are claiming it's a get out of jail free card for people who want to grow moldy weed. You want to grow moldy weed and try to sell it in the Colorado, regulated market? Great. You need to treat with this machine, and this machine will remediate the weed, which is, just
gross.
Total bullshit. Total bullshit. Yeah.
So just quickly,
it's crap.
Jackson.
But people have bought into this. Now, other people claim that you could irradiate weed. It's just like the same way that, I guess ground beef is irradiated, and certain food products, at the slaughterhouse, what they do is they'll cut up some animal muscles or whatever, turn it into meat, but ultimately irradiate that shit, and that kills the bacteria that's living on it and everything. Well, they know that irradiating cannabis definitely destroys terpenes. So basically, it's a license to basically make mids, right? So you want to make cannabis that doesn't smell like anything, doesn't taste like anything, fine. You can grow it and it could get moldy and you could still sell it because you could run it through one of these machines that cost tens of thousands of dollars and now put some seal of approval on your cannabis products because they've been irradiated, right?
Yeah, that's the equivalent of growing, eating field corn. We don't eat field corn. We use it
Yeah.
for for what? Feeding deer and stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
we buy sweet corn. We buy quality stuff that tastes good. That's bred to consume because we enjoy it.
Well, and the thing is like I don't think we should be giving growers who don't have proper hygiene growing technique and can only grow weed chuck full of PM. We don't give them a license to grow. If you grow PM laden weed, you're out, pal.
Right. That's the natural selection process, right? Your shit doesn't cut the muster. You're not the producer anymore because no one's buying your shit.
And the Colorado regulators or whatever state we're talking about, those regulators need to know that they're constantly failing for moldy weed. In Massachusetts, they have a problem with this because, with Massachusetts, there's a THC inflation game going on, where, this phenomena called lab shopping, and growers will submit to 5 different labs, and whoever gives the highest scores on THC and the lowest failure rate on molds wins, right? Yeah. And so basically what it comes down to is the legitimate labs that are failing growers for moldy weed, guess what? They're not getting any more fucking business anymore, right? Because there's 10 other labs that'll pass that weed. Now that weed can go into commercial, distribution, and it's moldy, and that ain't cool.
You're right. It comes down to accountability. We got to have accountability for the growers, so this shit doesn't get passed on to the consumers that don't know these things. They're just going in there and buying that $30 ounce and like, oh, it's so cheap. Well, it's dried at 90 degrees in 5 days with who knows what's on it. And pass these tests these ways. That's that cheap ass weed that's available.
Well, when you're trying to grow indoors and you don't have proper air handling and you don't have proper hygiene, you're going to end up with PM. There's no question about it. And I think that the problem that exists today is that you can get stuff into the system, and you could also, even this remediation thing, what they were saying before is that even if the weed failed for mold, extraction is a form of remediation, because when you extract the weed, if you use ethanol as a solvent, that's going to kill any mold or bugs. And certainly if you turn that extract into a distillate, there's no mold that comes over in the distillate. So the old saying.
What about the byproduct that the mold creates in there? That's still left behind. That's still carcinogenic and whatnot. I've read.
Well,
that's accurate.
So you bring up a good point, which is that certain molds and certain fungi can create things called mycotoxins, right? Okay. And those mycotoxins, in the same way that the blue mold on your bread will make penicillin, right? So what the mold is doing is it's making an antibiotic because it wants to send out that antibiotic in its local neighborhood to keep other microbes from competing for its food source, right? So yes, you're right, mycotoxins. So the problem, one of the issues, so there's several issues here. First of all, a lot of those mycotoxins aren't thermally stable. So if you go to take an extract that's extracted from stuff that was moldy that could have mycotoxins, the mycotoxins are typically there in very, very small amount, right? And if you're going to go then take that crude, boil off your ethanol or whatever your solvent is, and then make a distillate, by the time that stuff gets to distillate, there's probably no residual mycotoxins in there. there could be what is the thermal degradation product of those mycotoxins, and who knows what that is. But when you talk about mycotoxins, here's the interesting thing. So aflatoxin is the peanut toxin, right? And so what happens is when peanuts go moldy, the mold that lives on peanuts exudes this compound called aflatoxin, which is highly toxic. And that's somebody who can take a handful of peanuts, eat a handful of peanuts, and go into anaphylactic shock and ultimately die because their tongue swells up and they can't breathe and they end up suffocating. So, and as it turns out, there's several dozen cases here in the US that happen every year. So remember this, cannabis is safer than peanuts, right? Because people can die from peanuts. You're probably not going to die from cannabis. But just because aflatoxins form on moldy peanuts, does that mean aflatoxins could form on moldy cannabis? Well, there are no, as far as I know, no cases where aflatoxins have been found on cannabis, yet the labs test for them, and you have to pay. If you're a producer, you have to do your mycotoxins test. Part of your paying for mycotoxins is they're testing for peanut mycotoxins on cannabis. So you'd say to yourself, well, why do we do that? Like, what we really need to do is we really need to understand from the molds that live on campus, on cannabis, what are the mycotoxins that are made from those molds? So there's things like ochratoxin, that's another one of these toxins. There's a couple ones that now have been isolated, but for the most part, most of the mycotoxins that they're testing for, there has never been any documented example where any of those have occurred in cannabis. There's other mycotoxins that they should be testing for. But you bring up a really good point. Basically, what I can tell you is that if your weed is infected with mold, what you're going to probably get in an extract and a distillate is less THC. Because basically, what the mold is doing is it's now basically competing for some of the same food sources, including the trichomes themselves. So what you find is that when you have moldy cannabis, is that there's a broader range of phytocannabinoids that are found in moldy cannabis, because what happens is the mold starts eating the THC and turning it into different compounds. And the way that we know this is that about 10 years ago, there was a paper that came out from the group at Old Miss. Old Miss were used to have their swag farm, right? So if you wanted to do a government-funded study in the United States and you wanted to use cannabis, you had to get it from the farm down in Old Miss. Well, what Sue Sisley and other researchers found out was all the weed that's grown in Old Miss, all of it without exception, is all moldy. Well, it makes sense, right?
And that's science. That's science growing that weed.
Down in Mississippi, down in the bayou, it's really fucking humid down there. So
that's
because it's so humid down there, it's not maybe the best place, maybe not for cannabis growing. Maybe it's perfectly fine for cannabis growing. It's not a good place for cannabis drying and curing, right? Because it's awfully humid down there, and they have a huge load of microbial and fungal spores in the air. So everything down there goes moldy, everything, without exception. So all of the government issued weed from the United States grows swag, grows moldy weed down in Mississippi, right? And so when they found this out, so Sue Sisley now sued, I don't know if they sued NIDA or they sued the federal government or the DEA, but Sue is now allowed to do her veteran studies for PTSD. She's in New Mexico, and she has a cooperative of local growers who are actually growing weed and providing it to the veterans who are now using it to control their symptoms for PTSD. So that's what she originally wanted to do, but the government said, no, 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 you need to use the moldy weed from Mississippi, and she fought him and she won. Good for Sue. And good for our veterans too.
Yep. That's a win.
That's a win-win. Right. If you can't afford to take care of your veterans, you shouldn't send them to war in the first place.
I agree.
Fuck war in the first place.
Right. So, any more chemistry questions for me, guys?
I had a random tobacco
Peter, you're on
curing
mute, I
question.
think.
Oh yeah. No. Can you hear me now?
You're still on mute.
Good. No, I can hear you.
Oh no, I can
All
hear you. Okay.
You can't. All right.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. So
I can't
with
hear him. Why
so.
can't I hear him?
All right. I'll come back in. Hold on. 1 second.
You guys could hear him, but I couldn't. That was weird.
Oh, okay. Huh. Hey, Jackson, somebody was asking you what Hindu you used in your FEMS.
Are you asking the Rusty? So
Yeah.
part of it. So Rusty had a black lime Hindu male.
I still can't hear you. I don't know why is that. That's really.
So tell Mark to
You guys can
refresh
hear
his
him?
browser and come back in. Tell someone else. who's
Mark,
not
refresh
me.
your browser and come back in, he said.
Okay, refresh my browser. Okay, all
Yep.
right, I'll come back in.
Yeah, that was like the burping sound before, where I was like, "Is it just me?" I think so. He had the black lime Hindu as a male, and he hit a bunch of stuff with it. One was the lime one Hindu, yours, and he was asking, I think, if you noticed it had a lot of CBD in it at all.
Now I can hear you.
I mean, from what I know, like the Hindu stuff, I haven't seen, as far as I can remember. I don't think I've seen any COAs with it. I wouldn't be surprised if it has some, but I wouldn't really expect it, just because it's kind of
and the Chem 91 Hindu, Lime 1 Hindu, and the Chem 9. I think maybe there's some CD in some of the Lime 1 genetics.
No, I mean, it's probably just a particular plant that has like less, might have lower THC or just be a less potent plant. I mean, there's not, Lime 1's not like from true breeding seed. It's preservation of the oldest of the black lime stuff. So it has, everything in it's from the 80s basically. So it's going to have some that are like ridiculously potent and some that are just good bud, There could be CBD in it, but I don't know. I haven't ever seen any lime that had CBD in it. And I mean, Chem naturally is going to be one of the most consistent breeding plants for potency. Everybody who's bred with Chem 91 says that, like, the progeny of Chem 91 is pretty much always pretty potent. Hindu itself is pretty, by some standards, you can consider it mild. It's very strong, but it's like really chill. And so the Hindu itself is, you could confuse it for Master Kush or Bubba Kush or any of those plants that are like that. I think that whatever they are came from what it is. And as far as I can tell, it's likely Neville's Northern Lights 2 or Kush 4 cross Northern Lights 2, which was the Hindu Kush that he put out in the 80s. And the plant's been around since the 80s for sure up here. It's the oldest clone that I have. It's older than Chem 91. It's older than OG or any of those other things because it's an 80s clone. My buddy Ted from Canna Country Farms, he said he remembered it when he started high school, and I think he graduated in around 90. So that puts it like at least back to 87 or 88 or something like that. It's just a really old clone that's really nice. It's, if you grow it indoor, it's super white. It almost looks like Velcro-y resin because it has like the long the long legs that a lot of times you associate with stuff that's frosty but not really good resin, but it actually has really good resin. It just has the long legs. When you grow it outdoor, it doesn't get the long legs on the resin. It just has the heads with the shorter trichomes. But indoor, it turns like all the way white, like you can't even see the weed, and it'll get a touch of purple, but it's mostly green. And then outdoor, it's just pretty much straight green, except a little around the edges if it gets real cold. It's really short, really squat. It's like the definition of an Afghani type that you would think of from the 80s or 90s. It gets big, broad leaves, real short internode space, never gets big and tall, finishes fast, and has like a really warm high. It has, we always considered it to be really strong, potent weed, but it's also the kind of weed that when you smoke it, it doesn't have any of the edge of like the rush. If people are used to smoking stuff that's like super high THC, like for me, like if I smoke like sour or OG, it has like the sour not as much, but the OG especially, it has like an initial rush and then an edge, and I get a little bit like kind of jittery, and then it kind of chills out, kind of like when like what the same way like a lot of caffeine makes me feel or something. That initial like, and I kind of like weed like that. But Hindu doesn't so much do that. You smoke it, and it's really warm and enjoyable and stony, and the same kind of stuff people would associate with like Bubba Kush and Master and like real crazy Afghans like that. And it smells like earthy. It has outside, it has like some kind of like chocolate, peanut butter, almost like cookies type notes to it. And indoor, it gets kind of like coffee, B vitamin, Kush smell with almost a little bit of like that plant latex, like the white shit that comes out of dandelions, or like what people associate with like really like pure like uncut cocaine. It's a botanical smell to it, kind of. And just really nice, super nuggety, chunky, like not a leafy plant at all. It grows really nice bud, and it's it's an old special. It's like the oldest of the Kush that anybody has that I know as far as Kush clones, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's the aunt or the grandma or the mother or the sister of whatever the plant was that was the mother of Bubba Kush that they just called Bubba. They crossed with OG as far as what the Bubba guy's story is on what that is. And the way it breeds, like I grew a bunch of the S1s, and you get some that are more like what I assume is the Kush 4 type, where they're a little more purple, a little bit more acrid and stinky and kind of skunky and coffee smelling. And then you get some that are more with what I associate the Northern Lights to be like, which is more like frosty green, a little less stinky, really heavy potency. So all those things that come out in the S1s, of course, that's kind of what it contributes to the hybrids in those different forms. So if you have like a Chem 91 Hindu, anything that's dominant in the Hindu is going to come through mixed in with the chems. Same with the lime, but it breeds really cool in a way that it lets the other parent come through, which is not what I thought it would do, because when I bred things with some things like deep chunk, which is another like Hindu type, it kind of turns everything into deep chunk. But the Hindu doesn't do that. It mixes, and you don't get as much of the straight Hindu type. You get more of a chunkier, more like the Hindu has more like a washable resin. So like the Lime 1 Hindu is kind of like Lime 1, but with easier trim, faster finishing by a little bit. And the resin is less greasy and a little more solid, but still tasty. So it's kind of cool because people have been making water hash out of the lime Hindus, which doesn't work as well with the regular straight limes because they're super greasy. But that's the basic description of what it is. when it's from, where I believe it to be from, that makes the most sense, and how it breeds. And other than that, there's not really anything really noteworthy about it, unless someone has specific questions, other than it's reasonably mold resistant, but not like it's not as mold resistant as like an OG, and it's not very powdery mildew resistant. So it's like if you were to grow it pure, closer to the coast from where I'm at, it would be really hard to grow. If you grow it a little bit further east, where it's a little more arid and easier, it is really, really easy to grow. Doesn't get the PM, doesn't get any mold. So it's kind of in the middle range of that fungal world, where it's not like a mold magnet like purple Urkel, but it's not resistant like OG. OG, I rarely see bud mold in here. Purple Urkel, it almost always wants to get bud mold here, and the Hindu is like just, in between. If it gets fucked up, it'll get moldy. The lime, like a rusty
Do you
can.
see that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it all depends on how many plants you have. Some of those smell like a lime popsicle. Some of them smell like a chemical floor cleaner lime popsicle. Some of them smell like an orange OG Kush. Some of them smell like a orange Bubba. Some of them smell like more plain kind of Bubba-ish Ganny. They're all different. Lime L and Lime 1 are both from populations that are pretty open, so there's a lot of things they can contribute. They don't just have one thing. They're not from like a super inbred parent. They're from parents that still have the ability to throw things that lean to a little bit of the the more Burmese smelling limey stuff, the more Northern Lightsy smelling stuff. Like, so there's all this different things that can pop out. And if you run through those, it's good to run through, I would want to flower like 5 of them to get a good idea for, roughly what those different things are. And then if you were to run through 100 of them, you would find extremes of each of them, few types that can pop out of there. But yeah, I mean, rusty can sounds weird. I don't know. Doesn't sound desirable to me. Could be good. I have some shit that smells really metallic that I love. It almost smells like I don't know, like what you'd associate with like the smell or flavor of blood, like a bloody nose, like that weird metallic, iron weird,
Iron
irony,
blood.
copper.
Yeah, I was trying to.
Yeah,
Rust.
Kind of like a penny, almost.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
iron
ones,
bacteria.
right? But the Hindu is just a really cool plant. I had it. I used it to make things like what I called cuddler, which I used to make Sky Cuddler Double Kush. I used it in it's in the Jarro, it's in the root beer. It makes things like chunky and fast and resinous and nice and very smokable. The texture of the actual weed tissue, besides the resin, it really likes to be smoked. It's not like thick and woody. It's like breaks down really nice. It has a great texture that burns smooth and nice. Like almost similar to like Skittles in that regard, or like Urkel where it just burns right, or Diesel. Like it's weed that's very smokable. It's not like Tangy or something where people like the extracts and don't like to roll it in joints. It rolls up really good in joints, and it does a thing where when you smoke it, if you know it, you can walk in the room and go, you guys are smoking Hindu. And there's only so many things in the weed world that do that, and it's one of those ones. So like I had it, I used it, I thought everyone would keep it. By the time I went hunting for it, I thought there was like 5 people who I knew who definitely still had it, and they were all like, no, I lost it. And somebody finally tracked it down a few years ago. Well, now at this point, it might have been 5 years or something, 3-4 years, something. But then they said they got it back, and I was like, wow, that's really interesting. Who had it? And they go, oh, a guy who I asked who had what they were growing, and they said just the old stuff. And they said, well, what's the old stuff? And they go, oh, Urkel and Hindu. And I was like, oh, so if they've had it since it was very popular when Urkel first came around, Hindu was being grown kind of right before that and right at the same time. So early 2000s. But it had been already something we knew about since the mid 90s. And then when I talked to people who knew about it from further back, I was like, I know you knew about it when I found out about it because you guys already loved it, but when did you find out about it? And my buddy Ted was like, dude, I already was smoking that when I started going to school where you live from my town. And I remember I remember being self-conscious about being a stoner because everybody there in my grade was all a bunch of jocks. And at that point, I had already been hearing about the Hindu and seen it. And it was like a thing where people said, this is the shit. So definitely in the 80s. So, it predates Bubba by at least 10 years. And it's the same kind of type of weed. And I think probably was super common back then. Bodie gave me some seeds that he calls Artifact One. And Artifact One, he said, originally was given to him called Hindu. And it was from my area. And so it could just be the same seed. I didn't grow them yet because I really want to do them justice. But I definitely like to take that and put it on the Hindu to make like regular seeds of the Hindu. And his description of it was very similar to how I described Hindu to him. So he was like, hey, I got something for you. Like, I don't think he really shares them, but because he knew I was a nerd about the type, he gave me some. And I think it might be the case that it was just around a lot. And so anyway, there's other little tidbits. My lady who used to deliver water for me when I needed to get water deliveries, she had a water truck, and she said she saw it back what she thought was the mid 80s, and she thought it came from this dude Frank who did a lot of heroin in the 80s and had a lot of friends back then, and that he was the first one to circulate it, and she got it from someone who got it from him in the later 80s when she was growing Northern Lights, and she loved it and wanted it and had it, and she like killed it by doing like a bug bomb that she would normally use for like poultry houses when she was doing poultry houses. And like it was like there's all these little stories and shit, but it's old. And that makes it super neat to me. And I also had like really good success with breeding with it, and had always wished that I had made more and not gotten rid of it. Because it was one thing for a couple years, we grew it and I just like, oh, we have it. And then if I needed an extra one, I just asked her, hey, can I get a spare Hindu? If you're not going to keep one, I just want to put a little pollen on one. And I didn't hold it and lost. So when I got it back, the first thing I did was I was like, I really want to make S1s of this. And I've never made FEMs, but I really want it in its pure form. And I was worried that I might lose the clone. And so I just took it and femmed it, crossed it with all the things that I thought might be neat, and made a bunch of S1s for myself. And I've kept it. It's still one of the most vigorous plants that I have. It roots as fast or faster than most things. And it's exactly the same as I've ever seen it, so it's cool to see. It's a clone that's so old, and it makes me that's one of the reasons why when people talk about the epigenetic drift in clones, I'm always like, yeah, I know there's a certain degree and some plants are probably more prone to it, but I do believe you can keep clones for a long time, because this clone's 40 years old, probably almost. And it's still just like what I've always had. It's really good.
It's amazing they stay healthy that long, isn't it?
Oh, it's a trip, but like it makes sense because I had lots of clones for quite a few years. The oldest clone I have that I started from seed is from 2008, and it's exactly as it's been the whole time. Like there's just no difference in it whatsoever. And I'm like, well, that's a long time. And I've treated it like shit. And then I've treated it good, and then I treated it bad again, and had it get really unhealthy, and then good again. And they just,
I think if they can pick up some kind of like something that's hard to get rid of, like if Fusarium pythium, that sort of shit, that might be where a lot of that clone degradation comes from, versus just having a little bit unhealthy and then getting it back to health and taking some fresh cuts. It seems like there's certain things that can just make them not really stay viable.
For sure, especially anything that makes you lose them is the worst. And then if you get something that can't be beaten, like basically like the hop latent viroid, that's like something where it's like even if you think maybe that you got rid of it, I'm still skeptical of any time when people say it's really gone, because I had plants that had it and I was able to get them so healthy that you're like, oh, it's as healthy as could be.
Yeah.
And then when you test them to see if you've really got past it, it's like, no, they're still dirty. And I just eventually got rid of them because I didn't want them around. It's very unclear about insects vectoring it and, you know, how it spreads. And so I was never comfortable with just quarantining those plants long term once I understood the disease. But as far as like, you know, like the various wilts and things like that, I think if you can keep them healthy enough to get new material and keep cloning and getting away from it and get rid of the old soil and most things, I think you can kind of get past and refresh your plants. But like that hop is just not, it just, you know, like you can get the plants so healthy, they look just visibly so good. And then it's like, then you test them and it's like, no, it's dirty. And if you keep them around long enough, you'll see the symptoms come back. And, you know, I tried to, you know, see for one legendary plant that I had. And I was just like, I'm just, you know, I basically back crossed to it and made a couple hybrids and put the seeds away in their own containers in their own little area. And, I'll go through them to try to bring them back by growing the plants, finding similar phenotype, breeding it, testing it, get it to a point where I can get parentage that is outside of that and doesn't have the disease anymore.
Yeah.
But I haven't even done it because it's such a you know, specific process to make sure that I kept them around long enough that if they are positive, they'll test positive. And so it's kind of a whole
it's a lot of work when you have a world of genetics in your hands. Like,
yeah,
why would you mess with this disease we're not sure exactly how to get rid of?
I got a question. So over time, so you say, I know this for a fact that, you know, clones, and I've seen growers and other farmers have clones for years, for decades. And I've seen the clones get sick and healthy and everything like that. Can the plant itself adapt epigenetically to those shifts and develop resilience to those things once exposed to them over time? And if so, how, like, is there ways we can start to focus some of those methods? And with specific plants, like if you find a Hindu that is specifically resilient to those molds and stuff, like, could you start to fold that into your line? And what would it take from a farmer's perspective to get that for you, like to provide that to you, that information?
So through basic selection, recombination of having, you know, in genetics terms, if you are trying to find a new individual that's actually a new plant, that is that's resistant, like that's like basic breeding. And of course that you can always do. You can always make a version of something that's a new individual that will have that. And then through what you're asking, through epigenetics, I don't think it's really well understood, but there is a possibility that through epigenetic channels, that it's possible that you could have a plant that maybe had something like fusarium exposure before, and depending on the individual, I have no evidence for this, but theoretically, depending on the individual, a plant could potentially be exposed to a pathogen, survive it, switch on a latent dormant gene for resistance, And it might affect it the same way a vaccine would affect us. Like, oh, I got a chickenpox shot, so I'm not going to get chickenpox now. You know what I mean? Like, I've been exposed to the live disease, and so now my genetics have done this thing where there's been some, you know, some methylation of some piece of my DNA that has now made me the resistant version of the Hindu. And what would be interesting is if a friend of yours had that Hindu clone, which was the exact Hindu clone you have, but his had undergone those stresses and the epigenetic changes had occurred through these pathways that do exist potentially, theoretically, they might have a copy that is fusarium resistant, and it's literally the same exact plant that's the same exact genotype, but their phenotype, which was originally your phenotype, their phenotype may now be an improved phenotype, which is the exact same plant, but it has this one little change. So technically theirs has become a sport now of the same tree, and now they have the equivalent of having a sport branch from a fruit tree, which used to be a fuzzy peach and is now a non-fuzzy peach. Like, there's a little change, and that can happen. The genetics can be altered in theory. Has it ever happened? I don't know. But it could potentially happen, and there might be some benefit to exposing these clones to certain diseases to see if that actually happens and see if they can pick up resistance. You might find that, hey, the clone that I gave to my buddy in Maine that went through much worse weather, that used to be really fucked up here, he had actually grown 1,000 individuals, and for whatever reason, one of his moms came out way better than the rest, and he cloned that one, and now his clone is really basically a sport individual from the same clone. And when I get it back, and I'm used to it rotting every fall, all of a sudden I have the new and improved version that has some epigenetic change to it. And that, in theory, that could be possible. It's just that I've never seen evidence of it, and I don't know that it can happen to a weed clone. But I'm sure it would be something that you could research and see if there's a version of like a fruit tree clone or a grapevine clone or something that has shown that those epigenetic changes that offered up resistance to some kind of pathogen into a new new, basically it's kind of a new plant, really, you know, just a little change like that, because it happens with sports all the time where you get a tree and it grows one branch and the branch looks weird and they clone that one, and all of a sudden now you have a new fruit. You know, you have the Cara orange, which was a navel orange, and it was orange fleshed and thick skin on the inside, and now it's super thin interior skin on each section of the fruit, and the fruit is kind of pink and it's low acid and it's very sweet and it's very tender, and it's the same fucking navel orange everybody is growing, but it's changed epigenetically to the point where you have a new fruit. So if it can happen for those traits, technically it should be able to happen for any trait, and it might be the case that the one that winds up doing it isn't the one that got exposed to the disease, and it just happened through happenstance the way the Cara orange changed. It could just be just basically a coding issue in the DNA, where when it coded the DNA, it basically evolved in a weird way in the same single generation, which sounds like some weird shit unless you've seen the plants that are actually commercially viable that came from stories like that, because there's a fucking ton of them, you know. So there's definitely potential for that to happen, but the easiest route to that is always to grow tons of individuals and select the individual that has those from the very beginning, so that you already have the desirable genotype, so that your phenotype does it without it having to change, you know. But it won't be the same Hindu clone. with the new resistance, it'll be a slightly different plant with new reassortment of gene.
Mark, I have a question for you, and I just want to pat myself on the back for remembering this question while high. With what you were talking about with the molds that change because they eat the cannabinoids and then convert them to something different, is that implying that there's like a balance, like a sweet spot of molds that are in the same way that the penicillin mold is beneficial, but then obviously if like not every mold is the one you want, so like just the concept of targeting specific molds and in certain amounts to unlock or unleash, whether it's for medicinal purposes or it makes the high amazing, or whatever purpose. Was I understanding what you were laying down correctly?
Well, I look at it this way. I think the primary principle for growing cannabis and for producing cannabis products is to make THCA delta 9 and not to turn it into other metabolites. So this paper that I was referring to back from 2018 reported several new cannabinoids, but in essence, they were just basically fungal metabolites of cannabis where, again, there was fungus on the cannabis. And what happens is it just basically starts, eating the THC in there. So if you're growing and you're trying to get a high THC result, you don't really want fungus degrading your THC. So in essence, what they did is they analyzed moldy weed and they found out that the THC is basically converted into a bunch of these hydroxylated metabolites. So so maybe it's not a good thing if you're trying to grow for THC content to have moldy weed.
But for other purposes, right? Like the high you would get from like a fermented, like a Malawi, like a different ways of drying, curing, and fermenting.
Yeah, I was kind of explaining this earlier. Like yogurt and pickles, it's like food gone bad, right? Like we don't really.
Right. There's a sweet spot, and then
this aging process. In fact, it's interesting because cheese will aerobically or anaerobically age very, very differently because the microbes and things that are all at work there, and I guess enzymes that are, again, depending on what kind of environment they're in. If you think about like the aging of like bourbon and whiskeys and things like that inside those burnt casks, so there's a lot of chemistry going on there, and maybe part of that degradation process is basically what leads to the flavor in the aged products that people love so much.
Yeah. So my only last question for you, before we let you go, is with growing, growing tobacco, where some types it's like, this is a like a fire curing tobacco or a flue curing. And for me, as like my only two skill sets are air curing and sun curing, when something's, let's say, a fire cured tobacco, if you grow that tobacco and cure it in other ways, obviously for whatever its main commercial purposes, maybe that's not ideal, but are you still like, what's the end result of taking a fire cured tobacco and air curing it or sun curing it, because that's kind of all the tools you have in your backyard.
You're probably just accelerating that drying process, right? So the fire is just heating things up a little bit more than it would at ambient temperature. And so, the guy I was talking about aging of wood, it's not unsimilar to that. So, wood again is this interesting structure, right? It yeah. The interesting thing is like wood floats, right? But sawdust sinks. Did you know that?
I didn't think
Wood
about
floats
that.
and
Yeah.
sawdust sinks. So the reason why wood
The
floats is because
surface
of the
tension and area.
of the open cell structure of the phloem and the xylem. So if you saw a piece of wood in half and you look and you see all those holes and everything, those holes are the plumbing in the heartwood and the sapwood. So there's the heartwood, which is the center of the tree, and then there's the sapwood. The sapwood is basically where there's a lot of exchange. Again, water coming up from the roots, right? Sugars and other things coming down from the leaves and everything. And there's a lot of transportation of water through those channels and everything. And so I guess what my point is that, yeah, I mean, like when you remove all of the water, when you're drying so um, wood is really super interesting because wood, you could dry wood down to where it's below the moisture content of the relative humidity of a room. And then when you bring it out of an environmental chamber, it'll reabsorb water. So wood is similar in that to cannabis, because cannabis again has got kind of like a woody pulp structure to it too as well. But you can imagine that again, like depending on how much so so the dryness has to do with being able to support the microbes and microbial level of things that are basically going to start, you know, eating those cannabinoids. So in general, if you're growing for THC content and you're trying to get THC, you don't want to have microbes in there, right? You definitely don't want to have things that are going to be hitting your THC content. Now, as you point out, could there be a more full spectrum, medicinal application for, cannabis that has been aged, or cannabinoids that have been aged aerobically, and now creating this wider swath of compounds? Yeah, I mean, certainly. Like, I think the essence of flavor, people who can distinguish flavors, like sommeliers who can look at different wines and tell you that was aged in an oak cast, or that was aged in another hardwood.
I
I mean, you
saw a
certainly have different chemistries that happen with different biological species. And what I would assume is that, again, when you take cannabis, if you're gonna age it in a way that broadens the flavor, you assume that same thing kind of happens to the cannabinoids. So you might be starting out with THCA in the plant when it's harvest, but ultimately when you take it after you've dried it and you've cured it and you've stored it, that THCA has probably made 6 other different molecules.
Can you hear me,
So I don't know
Mark?
if that answers your question. I don't know if was there a question there?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay.
Scotty, yeah, you're right. The difference is red oak is more porous than white oak.
Cannabis is metastable. It changes. And certainly after you pick it and after it's harvested, it no longer has its own defenses. So now you've basically turned cannabis, a live plant, into produce. And now it's just a matter of time before it degrades. So keep it fresh.
Parting wise words of wisdom from Dr. Mark. We appreciate it.
Oh, I lost you again.
Oh yeah, I forgot he
come
couldn't
back
hear
and
me.
join.
So,
Should I come back and join? Because I can't hear you. Yeah, okay. Hold on a second.
He said,
do that. Okay.
Yeah, I actually have the specifically for this purpose. There is the. Hold on. Yes.
I
There he
was
is.
losing your.
All right. Now can you hear me?
I can.
I was thanking you at the very end,
You're welcome.
right before you said I can't hear anything you're saying. That was awesome. It's
Great.
yeah, everyone enjoy their Friday. Mark, I'll pester you again. I still want to do the what's the one conversation we talked about doing?
Well, was it the synthetic cannabinoid one?
Well, oh yeah, that too. But then also the history of live resin.
Oh, history of live resin. Yeah, with Kind Bill. Yeah, let's do that. That'll be fun. Let's
Because
do
we
that.
did the history of rosin years and years ago.
Okay.
And that was going to be the
Yeah,
sequel.
The sequel to that. Yeah, we'll get Kind Bill on. Yeah, Kind Bill's now
together.
in Michigan. He's no longer in Vermont.
Oh, he moved. Okay.
Yeah, he's in Grand Rapids, Michigan. He got a gig out there.
All right. Well, appreciate everyone. Thanks for hanging on a Friday. Enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Yeah.
And
take care, guys.
We'll do it again next week. All right.
Yeah, it was a blast. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Josh.
Love everyone, and smoke some good blueberry, and like I always say, put some weed on it.
Take care, guys.
See ya.
Peace.